Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. Friends, on the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I had gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower, I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there is no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast, the dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced, because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into his very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't yet met my friends already. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school, hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too." "I think Michelangelo's the coolest," he said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite, when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom, and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses. But he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards, since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day, so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face, and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday, because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall to the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed in the card. "I love you." Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that two people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than the subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on. Show everyone." I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk as much, since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I'd tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often." "I really will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple months later he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all that they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him, or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterward. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. This was too much for her, and over the next couple weeks she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying, so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer helping to build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything that to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he'd drive over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. Down here. Now. Son. Please, God. When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed that it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look in the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater. And I told her that I knew what she was about to say and that she need not continue. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with a proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sit here, I met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all these years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell him now would help nothing. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke. "I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy—" His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment he stood up, still shuddering, and lumbered toward the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son. "You motherfucker!" He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off of Josh and sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step. "Oh God. Oh God, no. No, 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 please God, no." In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. "Oh, Josh," he sobbed, "my boy, my baby boy, why is there so much blood? What did he do to you?" As my mother looked at the man who now lay facing upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story. Not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what had happened. "They were alive." Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were all far too small. After Josh's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found this spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault. I did this." "You can't think like that. There was nothing." He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. But I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put the bill in my hand, and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that same guy off of my son." He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into a sob. "He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy." It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say, and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh. "His final resting place won't be here with this monster." As she looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I had really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly, I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends. The man at 3 a.m. There's something about working the graveyard shift that changes you. The world feels different at 3 a.m., like reality itself has grown thin and brittle. The fluorescent lights cast everything in an artificial glow that makes even the most mundane objects seem somehow wrong. I've worked the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now, and I've grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the hours between midnight and dawn. Or at least, I thought I had. The regulars help make it bearable. Every night shift worker knows them. The insomniacs, the truckers, the night owls who treat 3 a.m. like it's the middle of the afternoon. You develop a rapport with them, learn their stories, their habits, their usual orders. They become familiar fixtures in your upside-down world. That's how it was with Earl. I remember the first time he came in, exactly 3 months after I started working nights. The bell above the door chimed at precisely 3 a.m., and he shuffled in wearing an old brown tweed jacket that had seen better days. His weathered face was kind, with crow's feet around his eyes that deepened when he smiled. He looked to be in his mid-70s, with wispy white hair and arthritis-gnarled hands that trembled slightly as he lowered himself into booth 7. "Coffee, black," he said, when I approached with my pad, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." That was Earl, always looking for conversation. He became my most reliable regular, appearing every single night at exactly 3 a.m., ordering the same black coffee, and chatting with me until sunrise started to paint the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold. He told me about his life, how he'd worked as a high school history teacher for 40 years before retiring. He spoke about his late wife, Margaret, with such tenderness, it made my heart ache. They'd never had children, but he'd touched countless lives through his teaching. Sometimes he'd share stories about his students, his eyes lighting up as he recalled particularly memorable moments from his career. I found myself looking forward to his visits. On slow nights, and most nights were slow, we'd talk for hours. He asked about my own life with genuine interest, offering gentle advice when I mentioned my struggles with college classes or family drama. He reminded me of the grandfather I'd never known. "Life's too short to waste it being unhappy," he'd often say, wrapping his gnarled fingers around his coffee cup. "You've got to grab onto the good moments when they come along." This went on for nearly 3 years. Earl became as much a part of my nightly routine as brewing fresh coffee and wiping down tables. Even on my worst nights, his presence was comforting, reliable as the sunrise, until last week. It was a particularly dead night, even by graveyard shift standards. A storm had rolled in around midnight, driving away even our usual handful of customers. The rain drummed against the windows, and thunder occasionally rattled the cheap fluorescent fixtures overhead. I just finished refilling the sugar dispensers when the bell chimed. I looked up, expecting to see Earl's familiar silhouette. Instead, a middle-aged woman hurried in, shaking water from her umbrella. She looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen her before. "Terrible night to be out," she said, settling into booth 4. "Could I get a coffee and a slice of apple pie?" I brought her order, and she asked if I could sit for a moment. The diner was empty, so I slid into the booth across from her. "I used to come here with my father when I was young," she said, stirring cream into her coffee. "Back in the 80s. He loved this place, said it reminded him of the diners he'd gone to in his youth. We'd come every Sunday after church." She glanced around the dining room, her expression nostalgic. "It hasn't changed much." "We get a lot of regulars," I said. "Some have been coming here for decades." She nodded, then reached into her purse and pulled out what looked like an old newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. "That's actually why I'm here. I saw something online about this place and it reminded me of this article. I thought the current owners might want it for their wall of memorabilia." She slid the paper across the table. It was a local newspaper article dated March 15th, 1993. The headline read, "Local Educator Remembered Fondly." Below it was a photo that made my blood run cold. It was Earl. The article detailed the passing of Earl Henderson, beloved history teacher at Lincoln High School, who had died of a heart attack while having his nightly coffee at Pete's All-Night Diner in Booth 7 at 3 a.m. 30 years ago. My hands started shaking as I read the article. The description was unmistakable: the tweed jacket, the gentle demeanor, his 40-year teaching career. They'd even interviewed his former students who spoke about his kindness and dedication to teaching. One mentioned how he'd lost his wife Margaret to cancer a few years prior. "Are you all right, dear? You've gone pale." I couldn't speak. My eyes darted to Booth 7, where Earl should have been sitting at that very moment. It was empty, the vinyl seats gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. "That's impossible," I finally managed to whisper. "Earl comes in every night. He's been coming in for 3 years. I just talked to him yesterday." The woman's expression shifted from concern to something else. Fear, pity. "Earl Henderson was my father's favorite teacher," she said quietly. "Dad used to bring me here because this was where Mr. Henderson had his heart attack. Said he wanted me to know about the man who'd inspired him to become a teacher himself." She paused, studying my face. "That was 30 years ago. I was 12. I pushed the article back toward her, my hands trembling so badly I nearly knocked over her coffee. "This is some kind of joke. It has to be. Earl is real. He's as real as you are." But even as I said it, details began clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. How Earl never ordered food, only coffee. How no other customers ever seemed to notice or interact with him. How he appeared and disappeared so precisely at 3 a.m., never varying by even a minute. How the coffee in his cup never seemed to diminish, no matter how long he sat there. The woman left shortly after, leaving the article behind despite my protests. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze, jumping at every shadow, every creak of the old building settling. When 3 a.m. rolled around, I found myself staring at Booth 7, hardly daring to breathe. The bell chimed. Earl shuffled in, wearing his familiar brown tweed jacket. He smiled at me, crow's feet crinkling around his eyes, and settled into Booth 7. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." I stood frozen behind the counter, the newspaper article burning a hole in my apron pocket. Earl's smile faltered slightly. "Everything all right, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." That was 2 weeks ago. I've been working every night since then, watching Earl appear and disappear like clockwork. Sometimes I convince myself the article was a hoax, that the woman was playing some elaborate prank. But deep down, I know the truth. The thing is, I don't know what to do with this knowledge. Earl is still Earl, still kind, still interested in my life. still offering gentle wisdom and companionship through the long, dark hours of the night shift. But now I notice things I didn't before. How the temperature drops slightly when he's present. How his coffee cup never leaves rings on the table. How sometimes when he thinks I'm not looking, his image seems to flicker like a bad TV signal. I've started doing research during my off hours. I learned that Earl Henderson really did teach history at Lincoln High from 1953 to 1993. His wife Margaret died of breast cancer in 1990. Former students described him as one of the most inspiring teachers they'd ever had. And yes, he died of a heart attack in Booth 7 of Pete's All-Night Diner on March 15, 1993, at exactly 3 a.m. What the articles don't mention is that he's still there every night, ordering his coffee and dispensing wisdom to lonely night shift workers. Last night I finally worked up the courage to confront him. I walked up to Booth 7 at 2:59 a.m., the newspaper article clutched in my hand. The bell chimed at 3 a.m. right on schedule, and Earl appeared in his usual spot. Before he could give his usual order, I placed the article on the table in front of him. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look at the article at all. Instead, he looked at me with those kind eyes, now filled with an ancient sadness that made my chest ache. "Sit down, dear," he said softly. "I suppose we should talk." I slid into the booth across from him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The vinyl seat was ice cold. "How long have you known?" I asked. "That I'm dead?" He smiled sadly. "Since the moment it happened, right here in this booth. One minute I was enjoying my coffee, thinking about the lesson plans for the next day, and the next..." He gestured vaguely. "But that's not what you're really asking, is it? Why are you here? Why can I see you? Why me?" Earl was quiet for a long moment, his gnarled fingers wrapped around his eternally full coffee cup. "Do you remember what I told you the first night we met? About why I became a teacher?" I nodded. "You said you wanted to help guide young people through the confusing parts of life." "That's right. And that desire, that need to help, to guide, to listen, it didn't go away just because my heart gave out." He leaned forward slightly. "This diner, it's a special place, especially during the night shift. Reality is different at 3 a.m. The barriers between what is and what was become permeable. And sometimes, if someone needs guidance badly enough..." "But I don't," I protested. "I mean, yes, the night shift can be lonely, but I'm fine. I'm not in any kind of trouble." Earl's expression turned grave. "Aren't you?" That's when the bottom dropped out of my world, because suddenly I remembered. I remembered the night 3 months before I first met Earl, the night I'd stood on the roof of my apartment building, looking down at the street below, wondering if anyone would miss me if I just stepped off. The night I'd decided to walk instead, ending up at Pete's All-Night Diner, asking if they were hiring. I remembered how close I'd been to giving up on college, on my dreams, on everything, until Earl started encouraging me, helping me see a future worth fighting for. I remembered all the nights I'd thought about relapsing, about calling my old dealer, about throwing away 3 years of sobriety, until Earl's steady presence and quiet wisdom helped me through the craving. "Oh," I whispered. "Sometimes," Earl said gently, "the people who say they're fine are the ones who need help the most. Sometimes they just need someone to listen, to care, to remind them that they matter." He smiled. "That's what teachers do after all, even dead ones. Are there others? Other ghosts?" "Here and there. We all have our purposes. our reasons for lingering. Some are malevolent, angry, stuck in patterns of hatred or revenge. But some of us, he shrugged, some of us just want to help. Why are you telling me this now? Why let me know the truth? Because you're ready. You're stronger now than you were 3 years ago. You've built a life worth living. You don't need me anymore. He paused, then added, and because there's someone else who needs me now. As if on cue, the bell above the door chimed. A young woman walked in, her eyes red from crying, her shoulders slumped with defeat. She looked exactly like I had 3 years ago. Will I ever see you again? I asked. But when I turned back to booth 7, Earl was gone. The newspaper article sat alone on the table, and even that was beginning to yellow and curl at the edges, as if aging decades in minutes. The young woman settled into booth 4, staring blankly at the laminated menu. I watched as Earl materialized in the seat across from her, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. Coffee black, he said, and maybe a friendly ear if you've got one to spare. I understood then that my time with Earl was over. He had saved me when I needed saving, guided me when I needed guidance. Now it was someone else's turn, but the story doesn't end there. Because now I notice things I never noticed before. The way certain customers seem to flicker at the edges, like old film. The way some regulars never seem to interact with anyone but their chosen companion. The way the temperature fluctuates in specific booths at specific times. Reality is different at 3 a.m., Earl had said. The barriers become permeable. I've started keeping a journal, documenting the patterns. The woman in booth 12 who appears every Tuesday at 1:47 a.m., ordering tea she never drinks while listening to young mothers cry about their troubles. The elderly couple in booth 3 who materialize every Friday at 4:15 a.m., offering comfort to grieving widows and widowers. The young man at the counter who shows up at 2:22 a.m. on the 1st of every month, helping lost souls find their way home. They're all around us, these guardian ghosts, these spectral mentors. They find the people who need them most, who are crying out for help in ways too quiet for the living to hear. They listen, they guide, they save. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, or perhaps very desperate, they'll join you for coffee at 3 a.m. But here's the thing that truly terrifies me, the reason I can't sleep anymore, the truth that makes my hands shake as I write this. Last night, a young man came in looking lost and broken. Before Earl could appear, I found myself walking to his booth. I sat down across from him, feeling a strange chill settle over me. "Coffee, Black," I heard myself say, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." The words came naturally, as if I'd been saying them for decades. The young man looked up, his eyes filled with tears, and began to talk. And that's when I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen my reflection in the diner's windows. I couldn't remember the last time another customer had spoken to me directly. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt warm. I've been working the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now. Or maybe it's been 30. Maybe I never left that rooftop after all. Maybe I just found a different way to fall. The bell above the door chimes. It's 3 a.m. Time to get back to work. After all, someone out there needs a friendly ear. And the night shift is long, so very, very long. My sister discovered a universal language, but she hasn't spoken a word since 2003. My sister is a genius. When she was about 13, she made this device that honestly still blows my mind. I've spent my entire life studying physics, and I still don't know what she did, or how, which is probably for the best considering how this all played out. I don't know how she did it, but what I do know is In the summer of 2003, the laws governing matter and atomic mass didn't seem to affect her anymore. She was invisible to the human eye, and she was speaking a universal language we've never been able to identify or reproduce. Before I get into this, though, have you ever seen Firefly? Allow me to quote, "I am very smart. I went to the best medikid in Osiris, top 3% of my class. Finished my internship in 8 months. Gifted is the term. So when I tell you that my little sister makes me look like an idiot child, I want you to understand my full meaning. This could have been written about me and my sisters. We come from a long line of gifted people. My father is a neurologist, my mother works for SpaceX, and my eldest sister is an artist whose work has been featured in galleries since she was 12. I'm a full-time research associate of high-energy density physics at a university I can't name without risking my career. And like Simon Tam from Firefly before me, I don't tell you all of this to flaunt our intelligence or to make us look special. I tell you this so you can fully understand what I mean when I say Neurali made us all look like idiot children. In 2003, I was about to turn 17. My interests weren't like most teen girls, so I won't bore you with the details of what I found more entertaining than TV, books, or the mall, but more often than not, I was occupied with personal research projects. The first time Neurali made herself invisible, I was in the middle of a research rabbit hole. I was deep into some really heady academic articles when I heard Neurali pipe up behind me. They're wrong, you know. I groaned inwardly. We'd had the knocking talk, but she was still so bad at respecting boundaries. Neurali, what did we say about knocking? Oh, she said, and sounded genuinely surprised. I didn't think about the door. What? I frowned and spun my chair around to look at her. My room was empty. Wait, empty? I looked around briefly before rubbing my eyes, wondering when I'd slept last and already writing the conversation off as an auditory hallucination. Shaking my head, I started to turn back to my computer when I heard her giggle. All right, jerkhole, where are you? Right here, she giggled, her voice coming from directly in front of me. What the? How? Did you hide the speakers again? I stood up, taking a moment to really look around the room. She'd pulled a prank like this before, hiding a complex set of speakers she'd modified to create a confluence of sound she could manipulate. It would sound like someone was anywhere in the room she specified. She'd even made it sound like she was moving around. It was really impressive, especially since she'd only been 10 at the time. This time, though, she'd either gotten much better at hiding the speakers or something else was going on. She giggled again. No speakers, just me. Okay, just me, but how? I folded my arms, looking in the direction of her disembodied voice. That's going to be hard to explain. That was Neurali for you won't get it. Try me, I said, because I'm stubborn. She did, though, and I didn't. I had the beginnings of a migraine chewing on my right eye by the time she was done. Almost none of it made sense. There was something about atomic frequencies and post-dimensional drift, superliminal desynchronization, and something she dubbed the Planck supertemporal parallel. It was all way over my head. Okay, I said, rubbing my temple as I tried to digest it all. But how did you get here? I walked. Infuriating. I mean, how did you get in here? I gestured widely to the door, which was closed, and the walls around us. Oh. I could hear the shrug in her voice. I just walked where the walls weren't. I squinted at the spot I thought she was standing. You? What? She sighed. It was a special sigh. It was the kind of sigh that told you someone much smarter than you was put out at having to dumb something down enough for you to understand. An embarrassed heat flooded my cheeks. I knew she was smarter than me, smarter than all of us, but it still made me feel like I'd failed simple math in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and a puppy, and they were both disappointed. I walked where the walls weren't. The walls aren't everywhere, Divya. In fact, in most places, like realities, the walls aren't there at all, so I just walked in those places. I wanted to see the proofs of this statement, though I knew she wouldn't have bothered writing them down, except in scraps and incomplete snippets that only made sense to her. I also knew the proofs wouldn't make any more sense than her original explanation. Even so, it bothered me that I only understood what she meant in the vaguest, most conceptual way. It wasn't natural for me. That abstractness of thought warred with the linear way of my brain, making actual understanding impossible, and I hated it. Sana would have understood. Her brain worked that way, but not mine. I must have looked like I was struggling with it, and I was, because she continued on. Where I am, or technically when and how, everything is a Schrodinger's puzzle of is and isn't. All I have to do is observe the places where the state of something isn't, and go there. This wasn't helping. It was. I got the basic concept of what she was saying, but in terms of the practical application of physics, it was a mess of meaningless science-y buzzwords. Nothing she said had any foundation in known science. She could have told me, I ate ice cream upside down and chanted purple backwards 30 times and the wall turned to jello, but only as long as I looked at it from a 45-degree angle. And it would have been exactly as scientifically sound as what she'd actually said. Yet she was the one who was invisible, so the limits of my understanding and science itself had no bearing on her corporeal existence. Do you still have a body? Can you see you? Oh yeah, she said, her voice pitched higher in excitement. I look like 100 versions of me laid on top of each other. Looking at my hands and stuff is kind of trippy, but I'm here. Cool. I had no idea what to do with this information. She started giggling again. What now? I can't believe you haven't noticed yet. Noticed what? I couldn't keep the flash of irritation out of my voice. It wasn't easy to accept the premise that she'd managed to trick physics into letting her pass through matter while being imperceptible to the human eye. But I'd had just about all the how much dumber than Nirali are you I could take for one day. What language am I speaking? I had to blink at that and think a moment. It's English, isn't it? She giggled again. Say something, I ordered in my most authoritative big sister voice. Nor again is there anyone who loves or pursues or desires to obtain pain of itself, because it is pain, but because occasionally circumstances occur in which toil and pain can procure him some great pleasure. If I concentrated, I could tell the words she was saying didn't quite match what I was apparently translating in my head, but I couldn't hear them for what they were. Except, wait, is that the lorem ipsum translation from de finibus bonorum et malorum? She giggled again. Yep. Want me to try something in Hindi? Yeah, I said, a little stunned and more than a little curious. Go for it. May he in whose lap shines forth the daughter of the mountain king, who carries the celestial stream on his head, on whose brow rests the crescent moon, whose throat holds poison, and whose breast is support of a huge serpent, and who is adorned by the ashes on his body, may that chief of gods, the Lord of all, the destroyer of the universe, the omnipresent Shiva, the moon-like Shankara, ever protect me. I frowned, torn between focusing on the words and trying to identify what she was quoting. I started mouthing some of the words as my mind ran back over them, and gawped a little as recognition settled in. Did you just quote the Ramcharitmanas Ayodhya Kand invocation? Another giggle. But how? That didn't sound like Hindi at all. Fascinating, she said. It didn't feel like Hindi when I said it, but I was thinking the Hindi words. What did it sound like to you? English, I guess. I mean, it didn't sound like anything, but I understood you in English. That's so cool. Can you actually hear something other than English? Kinda. I mean, almost. If I try, I can tell the sounds you're making don't match the meaning of the words I'm not hearing, but understanding. But the meaning overrides everything else, so I can't actually identify individual sounds or phrases. Do you think you could identify the physical linguistics if we went word by word? It may be the processing of complete phrases prevents the identification of individual phonemes. Maybe, I said, shrugging, still trapped in awe of this aspect of her discovery. We could try it. She had me run her through some general object identification to give me a chance to listen for the sounds she was making and how they differed from the words I knew, the words I was hearing. But I only ever caught the ghosts of divergent beginnings and ends. She thought this was hilarious. I thought it was magical. She started making regular trips to my room in this state, usually after lights out or when our parents were at work. I didn't blame her for sneaking. Sana wasn't into the science stuff, and if our parents knew what we'd been up to, we'd have been grounded for life, especially since Nirali had already been banned from experimental projects at home. The last one had required a lot of external help and several $1,000s to clean up. But someone had to try and catalog this universal lexicon, and this was the only way we had access to it. One night, as we lay awake on the floor naming objects, we'd tried making individual sounds before, but without the intent of meaning behind them, there was no divergence. Nirali froze. I couldn't see her, of course, but something changed. She stilled to the point I worried she'd maybe phased through the floor or something and left me alone. But somehow I still felt her presence along with something sharp and alien I couldn't identify. Nirali? I whispered, cold unease settling on me like snow. Shh. It was her, but so quiet I almost missed it. I felt the urgency behind it, though, and hushed to wait in the silence with her. As the seconds ticked by, a prickling dread crawled across the room. It started at the edges where the shadows were thickest and spread outward, tainting everything it touched, including me. My pulse quickened as a primal paranoia sank in. I knew it was just Nirali and me, but it felt like a predator was stalking the shadows, searching for us, and it was only our silence that kept it from pouncing. To keep the paranoia at bay, I focused on the warm red readout of the clock above my desk. The slowly changing numbers were soothing and hypnotic. They dulled the edges of my fear until, at some point between midnight and 2 a.m., I fell asleep. I only realized this when Nirali finally whispered my name, pulling me back to reality. Divya, wake up. I swam back to consciousness slowly, shaking off the half-formed discomfort of a dream I couldn't remember. It's gone now. What's gone? I rubbed the sleep still clogging my vision and blinked at the clock above my desk. So late. Had we really been laying on the floor for 2 hours? Nirali didn't answer. Not for a long time. Long enough that I thought maybe I'd dreamed her waking me up entirely. The shadow behind the walls, she whispered, cutting the silence away like cobwebs. There was a weight to her words I couldn't describe that tickled the primal centers of my brain again. an ancient urge calling to me, telling me to hide. The what? I croaked, propping myself up on my elbows. But Nirali was gone, not just quiet. There was a difference in the room when she left, and I could always sense it, even if she didn't say she was going. A few minutes later, she was at my bedroom door, actually knocking. The sound startled me, giving my heart a sudden workout with a spike of adrenaline. I snuck over to the door to let her in, too keenly aware of the night around me and jumping at shadows I suddenly worried couldn't be trusted. Without a word, she slipped past me and crawled into bed, hiding beneath the covers with her knees against the wall and her back to me. I took my cue as it was offered and crawled in behind her, offering myself as protection against the night. Sleep was slow in coming as my body flushed the survival instinct from its veins, but eventually it must have come as the next thing I knew, the sun was peeking through the windows, and Nirali was watching me sleep. "Divya," Nirali said my name like she was testing it, as if she didn't expect to hear it again. "Yeah?" "Nothing," she said, curling back under the covers before adding, "Thanks." It was a week before she came to me through the walls again. "I think it's drawn to the language," she said, pulling me out of a dream about superfluid. "What is?" I yawned, oddly comfortable with the resumption of our nightly conversations. "The shadow behind the walls. What is that?" "I don't know. Something big. Something old. Older than time, maybe." "What's with the sauna talk? Older than time?" "I don't know, Divya. That's just what it feels like." She was always like this, caught somewhere between science and emotion, like the perfect cross between me and sauna. I think it allowed her to think abstractly enough to escape the box of the known to innovate, while remaining linear enough to build a new box to house her innovations. But sometimes it meant she didn't have the math to back it up. Sometimes it was just a feeling or the hint of a notion. But even then, Nirali's feelings were always spot on, even if it took science a few decades to prove it. "All right," I said, accepting that answer. It was odd, I realized then, how a few weeks of exposure to what my mind told me was factually impossible opened me to the flexibility of the possible. I was surprised, too, when I noticed my first instinct wasn't to challenge her or demand proof, just because what she said was beyond my experience or immediate comprehension. Instead, I would nod and accept that what she said, what she experienced, was simply truth, and the limitations of my understanding couldn't change that. "What does it want?" "I don't know. I don't think it talks, but I think it listens and understands." "That's unsettling," I said, shifting under the covers. The superstitious child in me made sure my feet were hidden in the center of the bed because the shadows still couldn't be trusted. She hummed her agreement. "It's not the only thing here, though." A chill surged through me, prompting my heart into a panicked gallop. "What do you mean?" "I mean there are other things, big things, old things. Most of them can't see me, I think. I'm not really where they are, same as I'm not really where you are, but they can hear me, same as you." "Are you safe?" Nirali was silent. My stomach churned, because I knew it meant something big and old and dangerous was near enough to pose a threat. After several minutes passed, she answered, "Sometimes. Only sometimes." I sat up, staring at the spot on the floor where she would have been seated. "Only sometimes." "Then why are we still doing this, Nirali? I wouldn't have agreed if I knew you were in danger." "I know," she said quietly, "but there's so much here. If I focus on a color, I can experience everything that color has ever been and ever will be. If I think about a time, I'm sitting in what used to be here, or sometimes what will be here, watching a blur of activity that won't happen for another 1,000 years. I've seen cities you can't even begin to imagine, made of glittering bone and glass, monolithic wonders to shame the gods. Last night I was standing in the center of a black hole, not a hologram or a simulation, but an actual black hole. Captured, contained, reproduced, harnessed, I don't know what, but it was here, and so was I. And through the black hole I saw so many other universes, all laid out like mirrors into infinity. Nirali, I whispered, both awed and terrified. Had she been experiencing these things every night? All the hours we talked about nothing and nonsense? But there are also bigger things, she said, her voice dipping into darkness. Things that hide in the glint of starlight on glass. Things that follow me back from the future and wait for me in the past. They skip like stones on water, only touching the surface for a minute and never with their whole selves. But even that much is too much. It hurts to look at them. There are too many shapes at once, and all of them are hungry in ways I don't understand. Tears welled in my eyes as I listened to her. It hurt to accept these things as truth. I couldn't understand them or touch them or even experience them myself. But I had to accept they were real, because my sister was invisible. She could pass through matter at will and spoke a universal language to me every night. But accepting all that also meant accepting that my sister spent every night compelled by her own curiosity to go back to this dangerous state again and again, only to be terrified by what waited in between. I'm glad they can't see me, but I don't think that will be true much longer. What? Why? The shadow behind the walls has been in my room all week. I can feel it following me around. It's listening now, but I don't think it will come in your room again. Nene, you have to stop this! I can't, she said, her voice thick with imminent tears. Of course you can. Just come back and we'll destroy whatever you've been using to shift. We can fix this. No, she said, the word wet and bent beneath an anguish no 13-year-old should have known. You don't understand. What could possibly be worth the risk? My heart broke in the silence that stretched between us. An eternity of pain and longing swirled between us, and one final fragile breath spoke of the tears she held back when she found her voice again. I can't speak English anymore. I didn't understand. Like the first time she described the math to me, this statement defied understanding. What do you mean you can't speak English anymore? I mean I can't speak anything but this stupid between language, Divya. I tried and tried all week, but all that comes out now is this ugly mess of gurgles and scrapes and noises I don't recognize, and I'm so scared. I'm so scared, because they can still hear me when I'm out there with you, and out there I'm not invisible. And you, and Sana, and Mom and Dad aren't invisible, and none of us are safe when I'm out there, and the only time I can talk right is when I'm in here, she sobbed. When I'm here with you, my heart turned somersaults in my stomach. I let this happen. I should have stopped her the day she showed me her stupid, science-shattering trick. Nene, I whispered, and all I wanted to do was hold her until everything was right. You have to come back. I don't know what we'll do to fix this, but you can't stay there. I know, she said through a heavy veil of tears. I just didn't want to lose you, to lose us. You still have me, but I won't out there, not like this. I didn't have a good answer for her. We'll find a way to fix it, was all I could say, and we both knew it wasn't enough. We also knew that it had to be, because we didn't have a choice. I felt her presence fade, and a few minutes later there was a quiet knock at my door. Nirali stood on the other side, shaking as silent sobs racked her narrow frame. I gathered her up, shutting the door behind her, and together we curled around each other on the floor and cried. We cried until we passed out from exhaustion and woke up long after the sun had risen. I woke to Nirali watching me again and blinked away the haze of tear-stained sleep. "Nirali?" She nodded, mute, a sadness hanging over her shoulders. "Can you?" She shook her head. "Nothing?" She glanced up, looking over me and toward the hall as someone passed by. I could tell a million thoughts were flitting through her head in that moment, most of them conflicting, but after a minute or so, a stony resolution had settled in her eyes, and she scooted closer, waving for me to do the same. Her mouth was almost against my ear when something unimaginably foul rattled from her lips. A shudder of revulsion rocked through me at the sound of each mangled phoneme. I've never been so disgusted and terrified in my life. I could hear her voice, but it was dripping with caustic venom, dragging over hot coals, buried in the deepest ocean and clawing at the edges of sanity with angry talons. It was wrong. And to this day, it was the most vile, viscerally upsetting experience of my life. The words, this language, was never meant to be spoken by man. Science won't support me, but I know in my bones these words have power man wasn't meant to use. And yet, despite my mind rebelling from the mere sound of her voice warped around these hideous words, I still knew what she'd meant, as if she'd said it in English. "Don't tell Mom and Dad." The phone call. There's an old saying that nothing good happens after 2 a.m. I used to dismiss it as something parents tell their teenagers to keep them from staying out late. Now I know better. Now I know that the real horror begins at exactly 3:33 a.m. It started 3 weeks ago. I was jolted awake by my phone's ringtone, that default iPhone marimba that suddenly seemed sinister in the dead of night. The screen's harsh blue light illuminated my bedroom as I fumbled to silence it. Through bleary eyes, I saw my own phone number displayed as the caller ID. I almost declined the call. Looking back, I wish I had. But curiosity got the better of me. After all, how could I be calling myself? "Hello?" My voice was thick with sleep. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then I heard breathing, slow, measured breaths that seemed somehow familiar. A chill ran down my spine as I realized why. They were mine. I would recognize the slight whistle on the exhale anywhere, caused by a deviated septum I'd had since breaking my nose in high school. I hung up immediately, my heart pounding. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat up until dawn, telling myself it was just a glitch, a crossed line, or maybe even a dream. But deep down, I knew better. The next night, I was wide awake at 3:33 a.m. staring at my phone. Right on schedule, it rang, my number again. This time when I answered, I heard myself breathing, and then something else, quiet sobbing. My own voice, crying in a way I hadn't since my mother's funeral 5 years ago. It went on like this, night after night, always at 3:33 a.m., always my number, always my voice, doing something different, sometimes whimpering, sometimes humming that lullaby my mother used to sing, sometimes reciting fragments of poems I'd written and never shown anyone, things only I could know. I tried everything to make it stop. I changed my number twice. I bought a new phone. I even tried staying at hotels, but the calls followed me. I stopped sleeping, surviving on coffee and fear. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers started asking if I was okay. I wasn't. Last night was different. When I answered, I heard myself whisper, "Tomorrow night, I'll finally show you why." The voice was mine, but wrong somehow, hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well or a grave. So here I sit in my locked bedroom watching the minutes tick by. It's 3:28 a.m. now. My phone is on the nightstand, screen dark. My hands are trembling as I write this, trying to document whatever happens next, because I know something is going to happen. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. 3:29 a.m. I'm thinking about all the times I've heard my own voice on the other end of the line. Was it really mine? Or something else? Something that's learned to mimic me so perfectly that even I can't tell the difference. 3:30 a.m. 3 minutes left. My throat is dry. The silence in the room feels heavy, pregnant with possibility. I've triple-checked the locks on my doors and windows. Not that it matters. Whatever's been calling me, I don't think locks will stop it. 3:31 a.m., 2 minutes. I'm remembering something my mother told me when I was small, about how the veil between worlds is thinnest in the hours before dawn. She was always superstitious, my mother. I used to think she was silly. Now I'm not so sure. 3:32 a.m., 1 minute. My phone screen just lit up on its own. No notification, no reason. Just glowing softly in the dark, like a beacon or a warning. 3:33 a.m. It's ringing. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hit the answer button. But I do. Hello? My voice cracks. Hello, Sarah. My voice answers back. But this time it's not coming from the phone. It's coming from behind me. I spin around and there I am, standing in the corner of my bedroom. But wrong. So wrong. My skin is gray and waterlogged, my hair hanging in wet ropes around my face. Water drips steadily onto the carpet, forming a dark pool at my feet. My other self's eyes are milky white, but somehow I know they can see me. "What are you?" I whisper. My doppelganger smiles, revealing teeth that have gone black with rot. "I'm you," it says in my voice. "From the lake. Don't you remember the lake, Sarah?" And suddenly I do. 5 years ago, right after my mother's funeral. I was drunk, devastated, driving too fast on the winding road that borders Lake Marshall. The guardrail gave way like it was made of paper. The water was black and cold. I remember the car filling up, remember thinking that maybe this was okay. Maybe I'd see my mother again. But then I changed my mind. I fought my way out of the sinking car, swam to the surface, survived. Or at least, that's what I thought happened. "You never made it out," my other self says, taking a step closer. Water squishes in its shoes. "Your body is still down there, Sarah. Still strapped into that car at the bottom of Lake Marshall. What's left of it, anyway?" "No," I shake my head. "No, that's not possible. I'm here. I'm alive. I've been alive for 5 years. "Have you?" it asks. "Think hard, Sarah. When was the last time you felt hungry or thirsty? When was the last time you actually slept instead of just lying in the dark waiting for my call? When was the last time anyone other than your coworkers spoke to you?" I open my mouth to argue, but the words die in my throat. Because I can't remember. I can't remember any of those things. 5 years, my other self says softly. 5 years I've been down there in the dark, while you've been up here pretending to be alive. But it's time to stop pretending now, Sarah. Time to come home. It reaches for me with gray, bloated fingers, Its touch is cold and wet against my cheek, and suddenly I can feel the water filling my lungs again, can feel the pressure of the lake crushing down on me, can feel the slow decay of 5 years beneath the black water. The next morning, Sarah Chen doesn't show up for work. Her co-workers notice her absence, of course, but none of them seem particularly concerned. In fact, when asked about her later, they have trouble remembering exactly when they last saw her. Some say it was yesterday, others swear it was last week, and a few insist they haven't seen her in years, not since that tragic accident at Lake Marshall. The police eventually break down her door and find her apartment empty. The only unusual thing they notice is a large wet spot on her bedroom carpet, roughly the size and shape of a person lying down. But by the time they think to take samples, the spot has dried, leaving no trace behind. At the bottom of Lake Marshall, in the rusted remains of a 5-year-old car, 2 bodies sit side by side in the driver's seat, identical down to the last detail, slowly becoming one again in the endless dark. And somewhere, a phone rings at 3:33 a.m., waiting for someone to answer. The portrait's promise. The roses were dying again. I stood in the suffocating midnight air of the conservatory, watching their velvet petals curl and blacken before my eyes. 3 days. That's all they ever lasted in this house, no matter how tenderly I cared for them. The humid air pressed against my skin like a damp shroud as I touched one withering bloom, its once crimson petals crumbling beneath my fingertips. "Just like before," I whispered, my voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The words hung in the air, trapped by the stagnant atmosphere that had plagued Maison St. Clair since I'd arrived 6 weeks ago. Even now I couldn't quite believe I was here, that I'd inherited this sprawling plantation house from a grandmother I'd never met. The lawyer's letter had arrived on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, transforming my predictable Boston life with a few strokes of elegant script. As the last living descendant of Elizabeth St. Clair. Those words had set everything in motion, drawing me inexorably south to this decaying testament to old money and older secrets. I pulled my hand back from the roses, wiping the dark residue on my thin cotton nightgown. The fabric clung uncomfortably to my skin, already damp with sweat despite the late hour. Through the conservatory's grimy windows, I could see the moon hanging low and bloated in the Louisiana sky, casting sickly shadows through the Spanish moss that draped the property's ancient oaks. The portrait watched me from the far wall, as it always did. Even here, among the dying flowers, I couldn't escape great-great-grandmother Elizabeth's painted gaze. Her likeness hung in every major room of the house, a peculiar insistence of the will that I hadn't questioned at first. Now, 6 weeks in, I was beginning to understand why the previous caretaker had lasted barely a month before fleeing. Elizabeth's eyes followed me everywhere, painted with such skill that they seemed to hold real depth, real judgment. In each portrait, she wore the same high-necked black dress, the same severe expression, and the same golden locket gleaming at her throat. The one detail that varied was the collection of blood-red roses she held, sometimes a full bouquet, sometimes a single bloom. In this particular painting, the roses were arranged in a silver vase beside her, their petals captured mid-wilt. "What are you trying to tell me?" I murmured, stepping closer to the portrait. The floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet, the sound oddly muffled by the dense air. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine as I studied Elizabeth's face. There was something in her expression that seemed different tonight, a slight curve to her lips that I hadn't noticed before, as if she were about to speak. The locket at her throat caught the moonlight, and I reached up instinctively to touch its twin, which hung cool and heavy against my own skin. Finding it among my grandmother's belongings had been the first strange coincidence in a house that seemed to manufacture them. Inside was a tiny daguerreotype of Elizabeth herself, mirror image to the portraits that surrounded me, down to the roses in her hand. A sudden draft stirred the air, the first movement I'd felt all night, carrying with it the sickly sweet scent of decay. The roses, I thought at first, but this smell was older, deeper, rising from somewhere beneath the floorboards. My stomach clenched as another wave of the odor washed over me. "Just the bayou," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. The words sounded hollow in the dense air. The temperature dropped suddenly, raising goosebumps along my arms. I wrapped them around myself, fingers clutching at my biceps as I watched my breath form visible clouds in the newly chilled air. The change was impossible. It had been stifling moments ago, yet I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. Behind me, a petal fell from one of the dying roses, its soft impact against the wooden floor somehow loud as a gunshot in the midnight silence. I spun toward the sound, heart thundering against my ribs, and found myself face to face with my own reflection in the conservatory windows. For a moment, in the darkness beyond the glass, I could have sworn I saw another face superimposed over mine, older, severe, wearing an expression of grim satisfaction. The locket at my throat grew suddenly, impossibly cold. I gasped, fingers flying to the metal that now felt like ice against my skin. As I touched it, the catch sprang open, something it had never done before, and a scrap of yellowed paper fluttered to the floor. My hands trembled as I bent to retrieve it, the ancient paper crackling beneath my fingers. The handwriting was faded but elegant, the same script I'd seen on documents throughout the house, Elizabeth's own hand. The message was brief, but its words sent a chill deeper than any cold draft through my body. Blood calls to blood, and debt calls to debt. The roses remember sweet Eleanor, and so must you. I looked up at the portrait, my breath catching in my throat. Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine, and this time I was certain her expression had changed. The slight smile had broadened, revealing teeth that gleamed too white, too sharp in the moonlight. The smell of decay grew stronger, rising through the floorboards like a physical presence. My head swam with it as memories began to surface, memories that couldn't possibly be mine, yet unfolded with the vivid clarity of lived experience. I saw Elizabeth in this very room, her black dress stark against the riot of roses that bloomed unnaturally red. She held a silver gardening knife in one gloved hand, its blade stained dark. "The price must be paid," she whispered to someone I couldn't see. "The roses must be fed." The vision hit me with such force that I staggered, catching myself against the wall. The painted Elizabeth's eyes bored into mine as more memories crashed through my mind, the sharp tang of blood mixing with the scent of roses, a body being dragged across these very floorboards, the roses blooming brilliant red, fed by something darker than water. "No," I stammered, pressing my hands to my temples. "These aren't my memories. They can't be." But even as I denied them, I knew they were true. They were Elizabeth's memories, passed down through blood and bone, waiting for the moment when the last St. Clair daughter would return home. The locket burned cold against my skin as another memory surfaced. Elizabeth standing before a fresh grave, roses scattered across the turned earth. "The bargain is sealed," she said to the night air. "My roses will bloom eternal, fed by the blood of the guilty, and when the debt comes due, my own blood will return to pay it. My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, the rotting boards soft beneath my knees. The smell of decay was overwhelming now, and as I watched in horror, dark liquid began to seep up through the cracks between the floorboards. It wasn't water. The liquid was too thick, too dark, and it carried the metallic tang of old blood. The roses suddenly straightened in their vases, their withered petals unfurling and flushing with unnatural life as they drank in the dark liquid. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile grew wider still, and I could have sworn I heard her voice, distant yet crystal clear. "Welcome home, Eleanor. The roses have waited so long for fresh blood." I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The dark liquid had reached my knees, staining my white nightgown with spreading crimson blooms. The roses continued to revive, their petals now a red so deep it was almost black, and I understood with horrible clarity what Elizabeth had done, what she had promised, and what my return to Maison St. Clair really meant. "The debt must be paid," I heard myself say, but the voice that came from my throat wasn't entirely my own. My fingers moved without my volition to touch the locket, and I felt Elizabeth's memories settle into my mind like poison sinking into soil. The roses needed blood to bloom, had always needed blood, and Elizabeth had promised them an endless supply, sealed with the lives of those she judged guilty. But when her own sins grew too heavy, she'd made a new bargain. Her own bloodline would return, generation after generation, to pay the debt and keep the roses fed. I was the last of that bloodline. The roses had called me home. Through the windows I could see the moon hanging red and swollen in the sky, its light painting the conservatory in shades of blood and shadow. The portraits of Elizabeth that lined the walls seemed to pulse with inner light, and in each one her smile grew wider, her eyes more triumphant. The locket at my throat beat like a second heart, pumping Elizabeth's memories through my veins until I couldn't tell where her thoughts ended and mine began. I remembered the first killing, a man who cheated Elizabeth's family, whose blood had fed the first roses. I remembered the second, the third, the dozen that followed, each death justified by Elizabeth's twisted sense of justice. I remembered the moment she realized her own guilt outweighed those she'd judged, and the bargain she'd struck to protect herself. Her own bloodline would inherit both house and curse, drawn back to feed the roses until there was no one left to return. The dark liquid had reached my waist now, but I no longer felt the urge to escape it. Elizabeth's memories had taken root, her purpose becoming mine with each beat of the locket against my chest. The roses needed blood to bloom, and the St. Clair women had always provided it. That was our duty, our curse, our inheritance. I rose slowly to my feet, the bloodied fabric of my nightgown clinging to my skin. In the portrait, Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine with shared understanding. The silver gardening knife I'd seen in my vision, her vision, our vision, gleamed on a nearby table, its blade still sharp after all these years. "The debt must be paid," I whispered, reaching for the knife. The roses watched with their blood-dark blooms, waiting for the next sacrifice. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile matched my own, and I knew with certainty that I would not be the last St. Clair daughter to answer the rose's call. The night stretched endless before me, thick with the smell of roses and blood, as I stepped out of the conservatory to begin my inherited work. The portraits of Elizabeth followed my progress through the house, their painted eyes alight with triumph. knowing that her bargain would be honored for at least one more generation. In the conservatory behind me, the roses bloomed impossibly red, drinking in the moonlight and waiting for the fresh blood that would keep them alive for another generation. And somewhere in the depths of my borrowed memories, I heard Elizabeth laugh. "Who is on my bed?" My story begins with a moment so ordinary that it feels like a cruel twist of fate to think how it all spiraled out of control. I've replayed it in my head countless times, dissecting every second, trying to pinpoint the exact moment when everything crossed into the inexplicable. But the truth is, it wasn't a moment. It was an unraveling, slow and deliberate, like a spider spinning its web around me. It was a late autumn evening, the kind where the chill nips at your face and the smell of wood smoke lingers in the air. My son, Ethan, was 7 at the time, a bright, curious boy who loved bedtime stories as much as he feared the dark. Every night, I would tuck him in, tell him a story, and kiss him goodnight. It was our ritual, and he clung to it with the stubbornness only children can muster. That night was no different, or so I thought. I pushed open his bedroom door, the faint creak breaking the stillness. The room was bathed in the soft glow of his bedside lamp, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Ethan was already under his blanket, his small frame a lump beneath the covers. He was smiling, but something about that smile, it wasn't right. It stretched too wide, too stiff, as if it were painted on. "You okay, buddy?" I asked, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. He nodded, the grin never faltering. "Daddy, check for monsters under my bed." I chuckled, a half-hearted attempt to mask my unease. It wasn't unusual for Ethan to have these little fears. Kids' imaginations run wild, and checking under the bed was as much a part of our routine as the bedtime story. I got down on my knees, the wooden floor cold against my skin. I lifted the edge of the blanket and peered into the darkness beneath the bed. And that's when I saw him. Ethan, my son, pale, wide-eyed and trembling. He stared back at me with an expression of pure terror. His voice was barely a whisper, but the words he spoke hit me like a sledgehammer. "Daddy, there's someone on my bed." For a moment, I froze, my brain unable to process what I was seeing, hearing. I glanced back at the bed, where the other Ethan, the thing pretending to be my son, still lay, grinning that awful grin. Everything after that moment is a blur of panic and disbelief. I grabbed the Ethan under the bed and pulled him into my arms, his little body trembling against mine. When I looked back at the bed, it was empty. The thing that had been lying there was gone, as if it had never been there at all. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I could chalk it up to a hallucination or some twisted trick of my imagination. But it wasn't. It was only the beginning. That night, Ethan slept in my bed, clinging to me like a lifeline. I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lights on and the bedroom door locked, my ears straining for any sound, my eyes darting to every shadow. The house felt different. It was as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting. The next morning, I searched Ethan's room from top to bottom. I checked the closet, the drawers, every nook and cranny where something could hide, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone or anything. And yet, the unease lingered, a constant presence just out of reach. In the days that followed, strange things began to happen. It started small, objects moving from where I'd left them, faint whispers in the dead of night, the sensation of being watched. Ethan grew quieter, more withdrawn. He wouldn't go into his room alone, and he refused to talk about what had happened that night. Then, one evening, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from Ethan's room. I crept down the hallway, my heart pounding with each step. The door was slightly ajar, the light inside flickering as if the bulb were struggling to stay alive. I pushed the door open and froze. Ethan was sitting on the floor, his back to me. He was humming a tune I didn't recognize, low and haunting. In front of him was a row of his toys, arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center of that circle was a single, charred handprint, burned into the wooden floor. When I called out to him, he didn't respond. I had to physically shake him to snap him out of whatever trance he was in. He looked up at me with tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling as he said, "I didn't do it, Daddy. They made me do it." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't want to know. I just wanted to get out of that house, to take my son and run. But where do you run when the thing you're fleeing isn't bound by walls or distance? I wish I could say I found the answer. I wish I could say we escaped. But the truth is, we're still here. The whispers haven't stopped. The shadows haven't left. And every night when I tuck Ethan into bed, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that something is waiting, just out of sight, wearing a smile that doesn't belong. I've tried everything: priests, paranormal investigators, even moving to a new house. But it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's not tied to a place. It's tied to us, to Ethan. So now I'm writing this down, not as a cry for help, I've long since given up on that, but as a warning. If you ever hear that soft, rhythmic tapping in the dead of night, or see a smile that stretches too wide, don't look, don't investigate, just run and pray that it doesn't follow you. The mirror call. There are things in this world that defy explanation. As a sheriff's deputy in rural Montana, I've seen my fair share of strange occurrences: unexplained lights in the mountains, livestock mutilations that made even veteran ranchers queasy, and the occasional missing person case that just didn't add up. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened during my graveyard shift last October. It was just past 2 a.m. when the call came in. The night was unusually still, with a heavy blanket of fog hugging the ground and temperatures hovering just above freezing. I'd been parked on the side of Old Mill Road, catching up on paperwork and drinking coffee that had long since gone cold when dispatch crackled to life. Unit 47, we've got a 1091V at 1879 Stillwater Lane. Elderly female resident reporting a possible intruder. I keyed my radio. Copy that. En route. A 1091V meant a suspicious person or vehicle, but something in dispatch's tone made me uneasy. Susan, our night dispatcher for the past 15 years, usually maintained a matter-of-fact demeanor. Tonight, there was an edge to her voice I'd never heard before. "Be advised," she added after a pause. "Caller is unusually distressed. Claims someone is in her mirror." I frowned. "Come again?" "Caller states there's someone in her bedroom mirror mimicking her movements, but with a delay. She's requesting immediate assistance." I threw the cruiser into drive, flipping on my lights, but leaving the siren off. Stillwater Lane was out in the sticks, a good 20 minutes from my location. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove, swallowing my headlights and creating the unsettling illusion that the road itself was disappearing beneath my tires. "Can you give me any additional details?" I asked, trying to piece together what I might be walking into. Elderly resident, possible confusion or dementia, maybe prescription medications. Caller identified herself as Margaret Aldrich, age 76. Lives alone since her husband passed last spring. No prior calls to this address. No history of mental health issues or substance abuse. She's remarkably lucid, Deputy. Says she first noticed something was off about 3 hours ago when she got up to use the bathroom. Claims her reflections movements were delayed by maybe half a second. Says it's gotten progressively worse. I accelerated slightly, the cruiser's engine growling as we climbed into the foothills. Is she secure? Affirmative. She's locked herself in the bedroom. Says she's sitting completely still in front of her vanity mirror. Susan hesitated again. She says she's afraid to move because her reflection isn't stopping when she does anymore. A chill that had nothing to do with the October air crept down my spine. I dealt with plenty of mental health calls over the years, but something about this one felt different. The specificity of the complaint, the caller's reported lucidity, Susan's obvious unease, it all added up to something that didn't quite fit the usual patterns. The fog parted briefly as I turned onto Stillwater Lane, revealing a nearly full moon hanging low and bloated in the sky. The street was a long dirt road, lined with ancient cottonwoods, their bare branches reaching toward each other like skeletal fingers. 1879 turned out to be the last house on the left, a well-maintained Victorian sitting alone on a small hill. A single light burned in an upstairs window. I radioed my arrival to dispatch and approached the front door, my boots crunching on frost-covered leaves. A security camera mounted above the entrance tracked my movement, its red LED blinking steadily. The porch light clicked on automatically as I climbed the steps. The door was locked, but Margaret had told dispatch where to find the spare key, under a fake rock next to the hydrangea bushes. Inside, the house was silent, except for the soft tick of an antique grandfather clock in the foyer. The air smelled of lavender and furniture polish, with an underlying mustiness common to older homes. "Mrs. Aldrich?" I called out, one hand resting on my holstered weapon. "This is Deputy Hayes with the Sheriff's Department. I'm coming upstairs." No response. The staircase creaked under my weight, despite my attempts to move quietly. Family photos lined the wall. Margaret and who I assumed was her late husband in younger days, children, grandchildren, all smiling out from behind dusty glass. At the top of the stairs, only one door was closed. Warm light spilled out from underneath. I knocked softly. "Mrs. Aldrich? Are you all right?" "Please come in, Deputy." The voice was thin, but steady. I'm afraid to take my eyes off it. I turned the handle slowly, announcing my movements. "I'm opening the door now, ma'am." The bedroom was large but cluttered, dominated by a massive four-poster bed with heavy burgundy curtains. Margaret Aldrich sat ramrod straight on a small stool in front of an ornate vanity mirror, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a pale blue nightgown. She didn't turn to look at me. "Thank God you're here," she whispered. "Watch carefully. Don't make any sudden movements." I approached cautiously, scanning the room for any signs of an intruder. Nothing seemed out of place. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn. As I drew closer to Margaret, I could see her reflection in the mirror, an exact duplicate, down to the slight tremor in her clasped hands. "Ma'am, can you tell me what's been happening?" "It started small," she said, her eyes never leaving the mirror. So small I thought I was imagining it. Just the tiniest lag when I would move, like watching a video feed with poor reception. But it got worse. The delay kept growing. And now, she swallowed hard. Now it's not stopping when I do. I studied the mirror carefully. It looked antique, with an elaborate silver frame covered in twisting vines and what appeared to be faces worked into the metalwork. Margaret's reflection stared back, perfectly mimicking her position. "I don't see any," I started to say, but Margaret cut me off. "Wait, watch. I'm going to raise my right hand very slowly. Keep your eyes on the mirror." She lifted her hand with agonizing slowness. Her reflection did the same. Then Margaret stopped. Her reflection didn't. The hand in the mirror continued rising for exactly 3 seconds after Margaret had gone still. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the reality was even worse. Margaret's reflection was smiling. She wasn't. "Jesus Christ," I breathed, instinctively reaching for my weapon. "Don't!" Margaret's voice was sharp with fear. "Any sudden movements make it worse. The more agitated you become, the more it deviates." I forced myself to remain calm, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. "How long has it been acting independently?" "About an hour. At first it was just the delay. Then it started making tiny changes. A finger twitch here, a slight head tilt there. Things I couldn't be completely sure about. But now," she drew in a shaky breath, "now it's definitely doing things I'm not. And its face is wrong." I could see what she meant. While Margaret's expression was one of barely contained terror, her reflection's smile had grown wider. Too wide. The eyes in the mirror had a gleam that didn't match the flat overhead lighting of the bedroom. "Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going to call for backup, and then we're going to get you out of here." I reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the mirror. The reflection's head tilted slightly, though Margaret hadn't moved a muscle. Its smile widened further, revealing too many teeth. "Dispatch, this is Unit 47. I'm going to need additional units at 1879 Stillwater Lane, and maybe contact Father Morrison at St. Augustine's." "Copy that," Susan replied. "What exactly are we dealing with, Deputy?" I watched in horror as the reflection's eyes began to bleed, dark liquid welling up and spilling down its cheeks, while it maintained that impossible grin. I'm not entirely sure. Just tell them to hurry." "They're saying something," Margaret whispered. "Can you hear it?" I strained my ears. At first there was nothing but the eternal ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs. Then I heard it. A sound like radio static, but forming patterns. Words, almost, but in no language I recognized. The reflection's mouth was moving now, completely independent of Margaret. Its teeth looked sharper than they had a moment ago. The bleeding eyes never blinked. "Mrs. Aldrich, we need to leave. Now. Whatever this is, we can deal with it better if you're safe." She shook her head slightly. "I tried that earlier. It didn't like that." "What happened?" "I made it to the doorway, but when I looked back it was climbing out of the frame." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, climbing out?" "Just what I said. It pulled itself up to the edge of the mirror, like there was water behind the glass, and started pushing through. That's when I sat back down, and it settled." The static voice was getting louder. The reflection's movements were becoming more pronounced, its head rotating at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. The blood from its eyes had reached its chin, dripping onto the nightgown that was now a deep crimson in the mirror, though Margaret's real nightgown remained pale blue. "Unit 47, backup is en route. ETA 15 minutes. Father Morrison has been contacted." 15 minutes. We had to last 15 minutes with this thing. I tried to think rationally, to fall back on my training, but nothing in the academy had covered anything like this. The reflection was fully animated now, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by unseen strings. "The mirror," I said suddenly. "Where did it come from?" Margaret's voice quavered. "It was Herbert's, my husband's. Been in his family for generations. They brought it over from the old country sometime in the 1800s. He always said it was special, that it had properties. I thought he was just being superstitious." "Did he ever mention anything specific? Any rules about using it or times when it acted strangely?" He said never to look into it too long after midnight, and never to let it see you cry. I didn't understand what he meant. How can a mirror see anything? But now, the static suddenly resolved into words, horrible, guttural sounds that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The reflection's face was barely human now, the skin rippling and bubbling like hot wax. Its hands were pressed against the glass from the other side, the fingers elongated and jointed in impossible ways. "Margaret," it said, in a voice like grinding glass. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." She began to tremble. "It's never said my name before." The hands were pushing harder now, and I swear I could see the glass beginning to bulge outward. The frame was vibrating, the silver tarnishing before our eyes, those decorative faces in the metalwork beginning to contort in agony. "Backup still 10 minutes out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mrs. Aldrich, I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I give the word, I want you to close your eyes and run for the door. Don't look back no matter what you hear. I'll be right behind you." "You don't understand," she whispered. "It's not just in this mirror anymore. Look." I followed her gaze to the windows. In the darkness beyond the glass, I could see our reflections. Both of them were standing, though we remained seated. Both of them were smiling that terrible smile. "Every reflective surface," Margaret continued. "It's spreading, like an infection." She was right. I could see distorted versions of us in the brass doorknob, the silver picture frames on the wall, even the face of my wristwatch. None of the reflections matched our positions anymore. All of them were moving, twitching, reaching. The static voice was coming from everywhere now, a deafening chorus of inhuman sounds. The temperature in the room had dropped so low I could see our breath, but the air felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. "Margaret," the thing in the vanity mirror said again, its voice clearer now. "We've missed you. Herbert sends his regards." At the mention of her late husband's name, Margaret let out a small sob. Immediately, every reflection snapped its head toward her, their smiles growing impossibly wider. "You're crying," they said in unison. "He told you never to let us see you cry." The glass of the vanity mirror began to crack, spiderweb patterns spreading from where the thing's hands pressed against it. Dark liquid began to seep through the fissures, but it wasn't reflecting anything in the room. It was coming from whatever was on the other side. "Unit 47, update your status," Susan's voice crackled from my radio. Before I could respond, every reflection spoke at once. "Unit 47, update your status." The sound was like a physical blow. Margaret screamed, breaking her paralysis at last. She lurched to her feet, and all hell broke loose. The vanity mirror shattered explosively, sending shards of glass flying across the room. But instead of falling, the pieces hung suspended in the air, each one containing a different version of the thing's face, all of them laughing. Dark liquid poured from the empty frame like a waterfall, but it flowed upward, defying gravity, forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Margaret's arm and yanking her toward the door. Every reflective surface we passed erupted with movement, hands reaching out, faces pressing against the glass, that horrible laughter echoing from everywhere at once. We made it to the hallway, but the photos on the wall had changed. Every smiling family portrait now showed the same twisted figure, multiplied dozens of times, all of them tracking our movement. The glass of each frame began to crack. Margaret stumbled on the stairs, and I barely caught her before she fell. Behind us, I heard the sound of breaking glass, followed by the wet slapping of something moving across the floor. I didn't look back. We hit the ground floor running. The grandfather clock in the foyer struck midnight, though my watch showed 3:27 a.m. With each chime, another mirror or window would shatter, adding more fragments to the swirling vortex of glass and darkness that was pursuing us. The thing's laughter had become deafening, drowning out everything except the sound of our own panicked breathing. We burst out the front door just as red and blue lights appeared at the end of the driveway. Backup had arrived, but as I looked at the cruiser's windshield, I could see the thing's reflection waiting inside, waving at us with those long, wrong fingers. "Stay in the vehicles," I shouted into my radio. "Don't look at any reflective surfaces." The cavalry had arrived in the form of 3 deputies and Father Morrison, the latter still wearing his pajamas under his coat. They took in our terrified expressions, then looked past us to the house. Every window was now illuminated from within by an otherworldly light that seemed to absorb darkness rather than dispel it. Father Morrison stepped forward, clutching his Bible and rosary. "How long has it been manifesting?" "About 4 hours," Margaret managed to gasp out. "It started in Herbert's mirror, but now it's everywhere. It wants something." "Yes," the priest said grimly. "It always does." He explained quickly that he'd encountered something similar before, though never this powerful. The mirror, it seemed, was a gateway of sorts, not just a reflection of our world, but a window into something else, something that had been watching us through every mirror, every pane of glass, every still pool of water, since the beginning of time. Usually the boundary between our world and theirs was solid, impassable, but certain objects like Herbert's mirror could wear thin spots in that barrier. And if you looked too long into such places, especially during the hours when the boundary was naturally weaker, like midnight, they started looking back. And if they saw you cry, it meant you were vulnerable. A crack in your armor that matched the crack in reality, giving them purchase, a way to begin pushing through. What followed was the longest night of my life. Father Morrison performed an exorcism that shook the foundations of reality itself. Standing on Margaret's front lawn, he began reciting prayers in Latin, his voice growing stronger with each word, despite the otherworldly screams that erupted from every reflective surface around us. The thing didn't go quietly. The windows of our patrol cars shattered simultaneously, raining glass that hung suspended in the air like deadly wind chimes. Each shard contained a different fragment of that terrible face, all of them screaming, laughing, crying blood that flowed upward against gravity. The very air felt wrong, like we were breathing syrup, and colors began to blur and shift in ways that made my head hurt. Margaret collapsed to her knees, covering her ears against the cacophony of voices, some calling her name, some speaking in tongues, others making sounds that human vocal cords couldn't possibly produce. One voice, deeper than the others, sounded disturbingly like her late husband Herbert. "Don't listen," I shouted, though my voice seemed to be swallowed by the chaos around us. "It's trying to trick you." The security camera above the front door exploded in a shower of sparks, its screen cracking to reveal dozens of tiny versions of the entity, all pressing against the glass from inside the digital display. Every phone in our pockets began to vibrate, screens lighting up with missed calls from numbers that were just strings of zeros. Father Morrison's prayers reached a crescendo, his rosary beads clicking together with supernatural speed. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on the grass around our feet, spreading outward in patterns that looked unsettlingly like handprints. The fog that had blanketed the area all night began to coalesce into shapes, tall, spindly figures that lurched and twisted at the edges of our vision. Then Margaret screamed, a sound of pure anguish that cut through everything else. I turned to see her staring at her house, where every window now showed the same image. Herbert, as he must have looked in life, pressing his hands against the glass. But his face was wrong, stretched into that same impossible smile we'd seen in the mirror. "He's been with us all along, Margaret," the thing said, using Herbert's voice, but distorting it, making it echo and overlap with itself until it became a chorus of horror. "Looking through every mirror, every window, every photograph, waiting, watching, wanting to bring you over to our side." "That's not Herbert," Father Morrison declared, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "Your tricks won't work here, deceiver. You have no power over the truth of her love, the reality of her memories." The thing laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with radio static, and suddenly every reflective surface in sight filled with images from Margaret's life with Herbert. Their wedding day, family picnics, Christmas mornings, but all twisted, wrong. In each image, Herbert's face was slightly too wide, his smile too sharp, his eyes reflecting light like a cat's. "Are you sure?" the entity taunted. "Are you sure you remember things as they really were, Margaret? Look closely. We've been here all along, in every reflection, in every captured moment. Reality is so fluid, after all, so easy to reshape, to rewrite, to reimagine." I could see Margaret's resolve weakening, confusion and horror warring on her face as she stared at the corrupted images of her life. The thing was trying to make her doubt everything, to break down her understanding of reality itself. And it was working. That's when I had an idea. "The surveillance footage," I said suddenly, grabbing Margaret's shoulders. "The security camera caught everything that happened tonight before it was corrupted. Real footage, digital recordings that show the truth." Father Morrison caught on immediately. "Yes, physical proof of the division between reality and reflection. Evidence that cannot be twisted or denied." The thing's laughter faltered for the first time. In every broken window, every shard of glass, its faces flickered like bad television reception. "Show us," Margaret demanded, her voice finding new strength. "Show us the footage from when the deputy arrived. Show us what really happened." I pulled out my phone, ignoring the screen that now showed an endless tunnel of laughing mouths, and accessed the house's security system through our department's emergency protocols. The footage was there, uncorrupted, showing exactly what had happened. Margaret sitting still while her reflection continued to move, proving beyond any doubt that the entity was separate from reality, that it had no claim on her memories or her life. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every twisted image of Herbert vanished, replaced by the thing's true form. or at least what little of it our minds could comprehend. It was like looking at a tear in the fabric of reality, a wound in the world that leaked darkness and chaos. Father Morrison seized the moment, his prayers reaching a fever pitch. The rosary in his hands began to glow with a soft, warm light that seemed to push back the unnatural shadows. The suspended glass shards started to vibrate, each one emitting a high-pitched tone that combined into a deafening shriek. Margaret stood up, tears streaming down her face. But these were different tears, tears of relief and understanding rather than fear and doubt. "You never had him," she said firmly. "You never had any of us. You're nothing but a reflection, a distortion, a lie." The thing screamed in 1,000 voices, its form becoming more fractured and unstable with each passing second. The glass shards began to fall, no longer under its control. The darkness pouring from the windows started to retreat, sucked back into whatever dimensional rift it had emerged from. In the vanity mirror upstairs, the origin point of this nightmare, there was a sound like a vacuum seal being broken. A final, massive surge of dark energy erupted from the house, and then silence. The fog dissipated, the frost melted. The broken glass lay inert on the ground, reflecting nothing but the normal, natural world. Father Morrison collapsed to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. The other deputies, who had maintained a perimeter throughout the ordeal, finally lowered their weapons. Margaret's house stood quiet and still, its windows now showing only the peaceful darkness of a normal October night. We had won, but victory brought more questions than answers. The cleanup and documentation took hours. Every mirror in the house was carefully removed and wrapped in consecrated cloth. The security footage was downloaded and secured as evidence, though I doubt it will ever see the light of day in any official capacity. Margaret agreed to stay with her daughter while a team of specialists from the diocese examined her home. Father Morrison explained that the entity would be weakened for a long time, unable to manifest so powerfully again in this area. But he warned us to be careful around mirrors, especially in those dark hours between midnight and dawn. "They're always watching," he said. "Usually they can't do more than watch, but sometimes, in the right conditions, with the right gateway." He didn't need to finish the thought. I submitted my official report the next morning, carefully worded to emphasize the mental health aspects of the call while omitting the more inexplicable elements. But Susan, my dispatcher, knew. She'd heard everything over the radio, including the sounds that no human throat could make. Margaret sold the house a month later, after the church had thoroughly cleansed it. She moved to Arizona to be closer to her family, somewhere bright and dry and modern, with few shadows for things to hide in. She emails me sometimes, keeping me updated on her life. She's doing well, all things considered, though she mentions that she's replaced all the mirrors in her new home with brushed steel. I've changed too. I keep my mirror time to a minimum these days. No more long glances while shaving or fixing my uniform. I've angled my rearview mirrors slightly off-center, just enough to see the traffic behind me, but never catching my own reflection. And I've started taking my coffee breaks somewhere other than Old Mill Road. The fog there seems darker now somehow, more purposeful. But the hardest part is knowing what I know now. That there's something else out there, watching us through every reflection, waiting for a chance to break through. That reality itself is thinner and more fragile than we imagine. That the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond the mirrors is not as solid as we'd like to believe. Sometimes late at night when I'm on patrol, I'll catch a glimpse of movement in my periphery, a shadow that doesn't quite match its source, a reflection that lingers just a fraction of a second too long. And I wonder if that thing we encountered is still out there, searching for another way in, another mirror to corrupt, another soul to torment. Or worse, I wonder if it ever truly left at all. Because here's the thing about the security footage that still haunts me, the detail I left out of my official report. When we reviewed the tapes the next day, going frame by frame through the night's events, we found something disturbing in the final moments of the exorcism. Just before the camera exploded, in a single frame lasting only 1/30th of a second, every person present, Margaret, Father Morrison, my fellow deputies, and myself, cast reflections that didn't match our positions. And every single one of them was smiling that terrible, impossible smile. I keep a copy of that frame buried deep in a secured file. Sometimes, on nights when I'm feeling particularly brave or particularly foolish, I'll take it out and study it. The image quality isn't great. Security cameras rarely are. But it's clear enough to see that our reflections are all slightly wrong, slightly distorted, slightly other. And I swear, though I know it's impossible, the smiles in that image get just a little bit wider every time I look at them. So take my advice. Be careful around mirrors, especially after midnight. Don't look too long or too hard at your reflection. And if you ever notice it moving just a fraction of a second slower than you do, or smile just a little differently than you are, run. Because by the time you see them watching, it's usually too late. The price of memory. The first time I noticed something was wrong with my daughter. Emma was on a Tuesday morning in October. She was sitting at the kitchen table, methodically arranging her Cheerios into perfect concentric circles, when she looked up at me with those big brown eyes and asked, "Daddy, why do you keep calling me Emma?" I laughed, thinking it was some kind of game. "Because that's your name, silly." She shook her head slowly, her expression unnervingly serious for a 7-year-old. "No, it's not. My name is Sarah." That was the beginning. I dismissed it as a phase. Kids play pretend all the time, right? But over the next few weeks, Emma, or Sarah, or whoever she was becoming, started changing in ways that made my skin crawl. It started small. She refused to wear any of her clothes, claiming they weren't hers. She'd stare at her reflection in mirrors for hours, touching her face like she was trying to recognize herself. She stopped responding to Emma entirely. The worst part? She knew things she couldn't possibly know. One night I found her in the attic, sitting cross-legged in front of an old trunk I'd never seen before. She was holding a yellowed photograph from 1957. "That's me," she said, pointing to a little girl in a white dress standing next to a swing set. "And that's my house on Maple Street before the fire." My blood ran cold. We lived on Oak Drive, and our house had never had a swing set. But when I researched it later that night, my hands shaking as I typed, I discovered that in 1957, a house on Maple Street, just 3 blocks from ours, had burned down. A family of 4 had died in the fire. Their youngest daughter was named Sarah. The changes accelerated after that. Emma's handwriting transformed overnight into an elegant cursive that no second grader should know. She hummed songs from the 1950s that I'd never taught her. She spoke about things that happened decades before she was born with the vivid detail of personal memory. I took her to doctors, therapists, specialists. They ran tests, prescribed medications, suggested psychological evaluations. Nothing helped. With each passing day, My daughter seemed to fade away, replaced by something else. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of piano music drifting up from our living room. We didn't own a piano. Heart pounding, I crept downstairs, following the haunting melody of a song I didn't recognize. Emma sat at an ancient upright piano that definitely hadn't been there when I went to bed. Her small fingers danced across the yellowed keys with the skill of a seasoned musician. She wore a white nightgown I'd never seen before, her long dark hair falling in waves down her back. "Sarah?" I whispered, the name feeling foreign on my tongue. She stopped playing but didn't turn around. "You finally understand, don't you, Mr. Collins?" "My name isn't Collins, it's Martinez." "Where's Emma?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Emma's gone," she said simply. "She let me in and now she's gone. Children are so much more accepting of us than adults. They don't fight the transition like grown-ups do." "Us?" The word felt like ice in my mouth. She turned then, and I staggered backward. Her face was Emma's, but her eyes were ancient, filled with a darkness that no child's eyes should hold. "We're the ones who got interrupted," she said, her voice carrying an accent I couldn't place. "The ones who didn't get to finish. Some of us were taken by disease, others by accident, some by violence. But we all had one thing in common. We weren't done. We had so much left to do, to experience, to be." I wanted to run, to scream, to wake up from this nightmare, but I couldn't move. "Emma was perfect," she continued, running her fingers along the piano keys without pressing them. "So young, so full of potential. All that blank canvas, just waiting to be filled. She was lonely, you see. After her mother died, she felt incomplete. That's when I found her." The mention of Julie, my late wife, snapped me out of my paralysis. "What did you do to my daughter?" I demanded. Emma smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "I didn't do anything she didn't allow. She welcomed me, just like the others welcomed us." "Others?" She gestured toward our front window. Outside, in the pre-dawn darkness, I saw lights on in houses up and down our street. And in every window there were children, dozens of them, all standing perfectly still, all staring toward our house, all wearing white. "You see, Mr. Collins," she said, turning back to the piano, "there are so many of us waiting, and so many lonely children willing to share their space. It's happening everywhere. A great restoration, a second chance for those of us who were interrupted." She began to play again, the same haunting melody. "You should be grateful," she said over the music. "Emma was chosen. She's special. And now she'll never be alone." I ran out of the house that night and never went back. I couldn't bear to see whatever was wearing my daughter's face, using her hands, living her life. The police found nothing wrong, of course. The piano had vanished. The other children denied standing in their windows. Parents insisted everything was normal. But it wasn't normal. Nothing would ever be normal again. That was 5 years ago. I've been tracking similar cases ever since. Children who suddenly change, who know things they shouldn't, who seem to become different people overnight. The pattern is always the same. A lonely child, usually one who's experienced loss or trauma, suddenly transformed. Their parents either accept the change, convince themselves nothing is wrong, or disappear. I've found hundreds of cases now all across the country. Some of the children speak languages they never learned. Others demonstrate skills they couldn't possibly have acquired. All of them insist they're someone else, someone who died long ago. Last week, I received an email from a woman in Seattle. Her 10-year-old son had started calling himself William and speaking with a British accent. He could suddenly play chess at a master level and talked about fighting in World War II. She was terrified. I warned her to run, to get as far away from him as she could, but she didn't listen. No one ever listens. Yesterday, I found her obituary online, apparent heart attack. Her son William has gone to live with relatives. Another interruption, another completion, and the numbers keep growing. I'm writing this now because people need to know. They need to understand what's happening to our children. The invasion isn't coming from above or below. It's coming from the past, from all the unfinished lives seeking completion. And our children, our precious, vulnerable children, are opening the door. Watch your children closely. Notice how they change. Listen to what they say. And if they start talking about who they used to be, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because by the time they start calling themselves by a different name, it's already too late. I know this because last night I saw Emma again. She was on the national news, a piano prodigy giving her first concert at Carnegie Hall. She still looks exactly like my daughter, but her eyes, those ancient, knowing eyes, they stared right through the camera, right at me. And she smiled. The reporter mentioned that she lives with her father, Michael Collins, a proud single dad who supported her remarkable talent from the beginning. He looks exactly like me, stands like me, even has my laugh. But his eyes are wrong too. They found me, you see. They found me because I knew too much, asked too many questions. And now, someone else is living my life, raising my daughter who isn't my daughter, while I'm here, in this new body, writing this warning. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to remember who I really am. The old memories are fading, replaced by new ones that don't belong to me. Soon, I'll probably forget I ever had a daughter named Emma. I'll forget I was ever anyone else. But before that happens, I need you to understand something. This isn't a story. This isn't fiction. This is a warning. Look at your children. Really look at them. Are they still yours? Are you still you? And if you're reading this, Emma, Sarah, whoever you are now, I want you to know that I remember. I remember the way you used to laugh. I remember how you loved strawberry ice cream and hated green peppers. I remember how you used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. I remember you, Emma, the real you. I remember. Who am I again? The following was found scrawled on the back of the last page. Hello, Mr. Martinez. Or should I say, Mr. Thompson? Don't worry about Emma. She's happy now. We're all happy now. And soon, everyone will be exactly who they were meant to be. Won't that be wonderful? Note from the editor. This manuscript was found in a rented room in Boston, Massachusetts. The tenant, who identified himself as James Thompson, had paid for 6 months in advance, but disappeared after just 3 weeks. The landlord reported that in the days before his disappearance, Thompson had covered the walls with hundreds of photographs of children, each labeled with 2 names and 2 dates of death. The police investigation found no evidence of foul play, and the case was closed. Thompson's current whereabouts are unknown. Interestingly, during the investigation, detectives discovered that Thompson's fingerprints matched those of a David Martinez. a man who had gone missing 5 years earlier after claiming his daughter had been replaced. Martinez's body was never found. The daughter in question, Emma Martinez, now performs internationally as a classical pianist under the name Sarah Collins. When asked about this manuscript, she smiled and said she had no comment. Her eyes, the interviewer noted, seemed much older than her 12 years. Sleep well, dear reader, and remember, children aren't the only ones who can be replaced. Epilogue. 3 days after this story was submitted for publication, the editor who received it resigned unexpectedly. Her replacement, a woman who bears a striking resemblance to her but insists they've never met, approved it for immediate release. The original editor's whereabouts are currently unknown. Her young daughter, however, has recently shown a remarkable aptitude for editorial work. She has her mother's eyes, or does she? The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. I'm Diana Winthrop, the director. We spoke on the phone. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset. The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. Your studio is in the north transept, Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own. She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. I prefer to use my own tools, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. Of course, she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners. Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year, a sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. Ah, right on time, Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine. She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation? My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. I think I'll unpack, I said. It was a long trip. As you wish. Was that disappointment in her voice? The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry. I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. Sometimes the old works bleed through. "I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. The others are deep in their work, Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold. The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration. She smiled, and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. Diana forages them herself. I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. Oh, nothing about them is natural, James said from across the table. That's what makes them. He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion, Diana said smoothly. We're all very interested in your process. The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. I work primarily with organic forms, I began, falling into my usual artist statement. I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface. Yes, Diana interrupted. But what are you really looking for? The question caught me off guard. I'm not sure what you mean. Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident, Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern. I'm just here to work, I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. Of course you are, Diana said, that not quite smile again. And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise. That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. We find reflections distracting, said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies. I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. They do that, James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit. There's nothing there, I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. It's just a blank canvas. He made that puppet jerk shrug again. If you say so, but you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way, less painful. Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation," James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw." "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all 3 bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The 3rd bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. The Hitchhiker's Curse. Ever start dating someone where everything feels a little too good to be true? At first it's magical. You're floating on cloud 9, thinking maybe, just maybe, you hit the jackpot. But then the doubts creep in. Nobody's that perfect, right? And even if they were, why would someone so flawless pick you? Your mind starts playing games, convincing you there's a dark secret lurking beneath their charm. Maybe those cute little quirks that make you laugh now will drive you insane later. Or maybe there's something much darker, a drug problem, a secret family, or God forbid, a shady past involving a murder weapon and an uncontrollable rage. It's human nature to look for cracks even when everything seems unbreakable. I didn't expect to face those cracks so soon. After just 2 months of dating, Emily, not her real name, suggested we take a 1,000-mile road trip. She thought it would be romantic. I thought it would be a prison sentence. Don't get me wrong, I liked her, a lot, but something about being stuck together for hours on end made me uneasy. Still, I agreed. What could go wrong? The first 100 miles felt like a dream. We sang to the radio, laughed until our sides hurt, and shared goofy confessions. She teased me relentlessly when she found out I knew every word to Skater Boy. I teased her back for not knowing Bohemian Rhapsody. By all accounts, it was perfect. Then we saw the hitchhiker. Emily spotted him first, a man in a press suit standing by the freeway ramp, waving his thumb like he was hailing a cab. "Let's give him a ride," she said, her hand squeezing mine. I didn't even slow down. "No way, we don't know him. For all we know, he could rob us. Or worse." "He doesn't look dangerous," she replied, peering at him through the side mirror. "He's wearing a suit, for God's sake." "That just means he's already robbed someone," I muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. The guy gave me the creeps. He didn't even have a sign or luggage, just a strained smile and a wild, frantic wave. Emily sighed, but let it go. For a while we drove in silence, the tension between us thickening. But then, 20 miles later, we saw him again. The same man. This time his suit was streaked with dirt, and his face looked drawn, almost desperate. Emily noticed him first again. "How is he here already?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. "I don't know, and I don't care," I snapped. "Let's just keep going." But I did care. My stomach knotted as we passed him, my grip on the wheel tightening. Emily, however, couldn't stop glancing back. The unease turned into a low-grade argument. She accused me of being heartless. I accused her of being reckless. We bickered until we both agreed to drop it, but the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. Another 30 miles passed, and there he was again. Only this time he looked worse. His jacket was gone, his shirt torn, and blood seeped through the fabric over his stomach. He stumbled along the roadside, his movements erratic, almost mechanical. Emily begged me to stop, but my instincts screamed at me to keep going. "We have to help him," she cried, her voice cracking. "No, we don't." "Something's wrong here," I said through gritted teeth. She didn't care about my gut feeling. I didn't care about hers. The argument reached a fever pitch when she grabbed the wheel, nearly sending us into the ditch. We drove the next 50 miles in cold, angry silence. Then we saw him again, face down on the side of the road. His shirt and jacket were gone, revealing long, bloody gashes across his back, like claw marks. Emily jumped out before I could stop her, kneeling beside the body. She looked up at me, her eyes burning with rage. "He's dead," she said. "Can I call the police, or is that too much of an inconvenience for you?" I nodded, numb. I couldn't process what was happening. While she waited for the police, I filled the gas tank, my mind racing. What the hell was going on? The cops asked a few questions, but neither of us mentioned that we'd seen him alive multiple times. How could we explain it without sounding insane? We got back on the road, but the damage was done. Emily stared out the window, refusing to speak. I kept driving, desperate to end the trip. The sun dipped below the horizon and darkness swallowed the road. Emily eventually fell asleep, her head resting against the window. She looked peaceful, like nothing had happened. I wanted to believe we could still salvage things. That was until she woke up screaming. "In the back seat!" she yelled, her voice raw with terror. I glanced in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then I saw him, the hitchhiker. His skin was gray, his body covered in dried blood and deep wounds. He was leaning forward, his eyes glinting in the dark as he stared directly at me. "Get off the road!" Emily screamed, clutching my arm. "I can't! Get him out!" I shouted back, my voice shaking. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel as I tried to keep control. The hitchhiker didn't move. He just cocked his head, almost curiously, like he was studying me. Then he lunged, his filthy hands wrapped around Emily's throat, his fingers sinking into her skin like it was clay. She thrashed, her fists smashing against the windows. I slammed on the brakes, but the car didn't stop fast enough. When I finally flung open the door and ran to the back seat, they were both gone. No hitchhiker, no Emily. Just an empty car, streaked with blood and shards of broken glass. I searched for hours, calling her name into the endless night. Nothing. When I finally gave up, I got back in the car, my mind numb. I decided to drive home, to forget this nightmare and pretend none of it ever happened. But then, a few miles down the road, I saw her. Emily, standing by the shoulder, clean, unhurt, smiling, her thumb outstretched in the dim glow of my headlights. Now I'm parked here, writing this. I don't know what to do. If I stop, what happens? If I drive past, will she catch up anyway? One thing's certain, I'm not alone on this road anymore. The echoing silence. I'll never forget the night it all began. Working the graveyard shift at KFM 104.3, a small-town radio station that barely scraped by on a mix of outdated pop and rock hits, had always been an isolating job. But it paid the bills, and I liked the quiet. There was something about the hum of the equipment and the solitude of the booth that gave me a strange sense of peace. My listeners were few, and most were truckers or insomniacs who called in sporadically for song requests. Nothing ever really happened until that night. It started with a call just past 1 a.m. I was midway through introducing a Fleetwood Mac song when the red light on the console blinked. KFM 104.3, you're on the air, I said, trying to sound more energetic than I felt. There was a pause, then a voice, distant and crackling, came through the line. Play. Goodbye, stranger. The way the caller said it made my skin prickle. The voice was low, strained, as though the person on the other end was barely able to speak. Sure thing, I said, trying to mask the unease creeping into my voice. Who's this? There was no reply, just the faint sound of static. Then, just before the line went dead, I thought I heard a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone chilled me to my core. I shook it off, attributing it to a bad connection or maybe a prank call. I queued up the song and leaned back in my chair, watching the clock tick down. As Goodbye Stranger played, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The song seemed wrong somehow. The usually upbeat tune felt slower, the harmonies slightly dissonant. I told myself I was imagining things, but then the second call came. KFM 104.3, I answered, my voice faltering slightly. You played it, the same voice rasped. Good. Hey, listen, buddy, I started, trying to sound assertive. If this is some kind of joke... Another, the caller interrupted. Play. Don't fear the reaper. My breath hitched. There was something about the way they said it, the almost pleading tone beneath the words. Against my better judgment, I agreed. As I reached for the track, I realized my hand was trembling. When the song began, the atmosphere in the studio shifted. The air felt heavier, the shadows in the corners of the room deeper. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, but found nothing when I turned to look. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Halfway through the song, I heard it. Faint at first, just a whisper beneath the music. I turned up the volume, but the whispering grew louder. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was in the room with me. I froze, my eyes scanning the dimly lit studio. The whispering continued, unintelligible and rhythmic, like a chant. Panic bubbled in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had to finish the shift. I couldn't afford to lose this job. The phone rang again. What do you want? I snapped, my composure cracking. It's so dark, the voice said, more strained than before. So cold. Help me. Who are you? Where are you? I demanded. Trapped, they whispered. In the void. A cold chill ran down my spine. I opened my mouth to respond, but the line went dead. This time the static didn't fade immediately. It lingered, growing louder and more distorted until it erupted into a blood-curdling scream. I ripped off my headphones, my heart pounding in my chest. I considered calling the station manager, but what would I say? That I was being haunted by a caller? It sounded insane. Instead, I decided to push through the night. I wouldn't let a few creepy calls rattle me. But things only got worse. As the hours dragged on, the requests kept coming. Each call was from the same voice, and each song carried an eerie undertone that seemed to warp the air around me. Hotel California, Paint It Black, The End. The choices weren't just unsettling, they felt purposeful, as though the caller was trying to tell me something. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. They filled the studio, overlapping and echoing until I could barely think. My vision blurred, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating me. Around 4 a.m., the power flickered. The lights dimmed and the equipment crackled with interference. The phone rang again, but this time, I didn't answer. I couldn't. My hands were shaking too much. The whispers turned into screams. They filled the room, deafening and relentless. I covered my ears, but it did little to block out the sound. It felt like the studio was alive, pulsating with malevolent energy. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence was more terrifying than the noise. I sat there, trembling, my mind racing. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I felt paralyzed, trapped by an unseen force. When dawn finally broke, I stumbled out of the studio, my nerves shot. I called in sick for the rest of the week and tried to convince myself it was just a bad night, a mix of sleep deprivation and overactive imagination. But the calls didn't stop. They followed me home. The first time my cell phone rang, I almost didn't answer. When I finally did, the same chilling voice greeted me. "You can't escape," it said. "You played the songs." The line went dead. Over the next few days, my life unraveled. I heard whispers in my apartment, saw shadows moving where there shouldn't be any. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The fear consumed me. Desperate for answers, I began researching the history of the radio station. What I found only deepened my terror. Decades ago, a DJ had gone missing during a broadcast. The only clue was a series of unsettling song requests he'd received from an anonymous caller. Witnesses claimed to have heard screams coming from the station that night, but no trace of the DJ was ever found. It didn't end there. Over the years, others who worked the graveyard shift reported similar experiences: strange calls, eerie noises, unexplained phenomena. Some quit, others disappeared. The station had a dark history, one that seemed to revolve around the late-night broadcast. I realized I was part of something far bigger, something I couldn't comprehend. The void the caller spoke of, was it real? And if so, was I being drawn into it? I tried to quit, but the station manager wouldn't let me. "You're one of our best DJs," he said. "The listeners love you." Love me. The thought made my skin crawl. Who were these listeners? Were they even human? The final straw came a week later. I was at home trying to sleep when the radio in my living room turned on by itself. The static was deafening, and beneath it, I heard the whispers. They were clearer now, their words cutting through the noise like shards of glass. "Join us," they said. "It's your turn." I smashed the radio, but the whispers didn't stop. They filled the room, the walls, my head. I screamed, clawing at my ears, but it was no use. The void had claimed me. The next thing I knew, I was back in the studio, the red light blinking on the console. My body moved on its own, my hands reaching for the phone. The voice on the other end was my own. "Play Goodbye, Stranger," it said. The echo chamber. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back. My job as a sound engineer at Whispering Pines recording studio was simple enough. maintain the equipment, assist with recording sessions, and ensure the acoustics remained perfect in our prized echo chamber. The chamber was an architectural marvel from the 1960s, a specially designed concrete room 3 stories underground, where we could capture the most pristine natural reverb for our recordings. The thing about echo chambers is that they're designed to make sounds repeat, to take a single note and transform it into something longer, deeper, more complex. But they're not supposed to create new sounds. They're not supposed to remember. I first noticed it during a late-night session with a local indie band. We were recording backing vocals, sending them through the chamber for that otherworldly echo effect, when I heard something odd in my headphones. Between the vocalist's phrases, in that split second of silence, there was something else. A whisper so faint I almost missed it. I adjusted the levels, thinking it must be some kind of technical glitch or ambient noise bleeding through. But when I isolated the chamber feed and played it back, there it was again. A voice, barely audible, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Did anyone else hear that?" I asked the band, but they just shrugged, eager to wrap up the session and head home. I made a mental note to check the equipment in the morning and tried to put it out of my mind. That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Something about that whisper kept nagging at me. I'd been working with sound for 15 years, and I'd never heard anything quite like it. It wasn't an artifact of the recording process or environmental noise. It had seemed deliberate. The next day I arrived early to run some tests. I set up a simple recording, just me speaking a few words into a microphone, fed through the chamber. Testing 1, 2, 3. Simple enough. When I played it back, my blood ran cold. Between testing and 1, clear as day. "Help us." I nearly knocked over my chair, scrambling to check the waveform on my computer screen. There it was, a distinct spike of audio between my words, exactly where I'd heard the voice. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Over the next week, I became obsessed. I spent every spare moment running tests, recording different sounds through the chamber, analyzing the results. The voices became clearer, more frequent. Sometimes they were whispers, sometimes crying, sometimes just breathing, but they were always there, hiding in the spaces between other sounds. I started researching the history of whispering pines. The studio had been built in 1964 on the site of an old industrial complex. Before that, the land had belonged to a psychiatric hospital that closed under mysterious circumstances in the 1940s. The more I dug, the more unsettling details I uncovered. The hospital had specialized in experimental treatments for severe mental illness, electroshock therapy, insulin comas, ice baths, all the barbaric cures that were in vogue at the time. But there were rumors of other experiments, unofficial ones, conducted in the basement levels. Patients who were checked in, but never checked out. Screams in the night that the staff were told to ignore. When the hospital finally closed, dozens of patients were simply unaccounted for. Their records disappeared. Their families were told they had been transferred, and eventually they were forgotten. The buildings were demolished, new ones were built, and life went on. But what if they weren't all gone? What if something of them remained, trapped in that underground space where our echo chamber now stood? The thought kept me awake at night, staring at my ceiling, remembering all the times I'd been alone in that room, feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows. I knew I should tell someone, but who would believe me? The studio owner would think I was having a mental breakdown. The other engineers would laugh it off. I needed proof, undeniable evidence that something impossible was happening in that room. So I set up an experiment. I cleared my schedule for an entire night and set up multiple recording devices in the chamber. High-end microphones, digital recorders, even an old analog tape machine. I wanted to capture whatever was happening from every possible angle. At midnight, I started recording. The plan was simple: complete silence for hours, broken only by a single spoken word every 30 minutes. I would give the voices plenty of space to manifest, plenty of quiet in which to speak. The first few hours were uneventful. My periodic words, Mark at 12:30, Mark at 1 cow, Mark at 1:30, echoed normally through the chamber and faded to silence. But as the night wore on, things began to change. It started subtly. The silence between my marks began to feel different, heavier somehow. The air in the chamber grew thick and cold despite the climate control system. And then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., everything changed. My mark at 3 was still echoing faintly when I heard it, a sound like dozens of whispers overlapping, growing louder and clearer with each repetition. I could make out words now, fragments of phrases. Still here. They left us. In the walls. Help us. The voices were coming from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the walls in impossible patterns. The temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. My recording equipment began to malfunction, meters spiking into the red despite the fact that the room should have been silent. And then I saw them. In the dim red light of the recording equipment, shadows began to peel themselves from the walls. Human shapes, distorted and wrong, flowing like smoke, but moving with purpose. They filled the room, surrounding me, their whispers growing to a deafening roar. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as they pressed closer, their features becoming clearer, hollow eyes, gaping mouths, faces twisted in eternal anguish. These were the forgotten ones, the lost patients, trapped between worlds in this acoustically perfect prison. One of them reached for me with hands that were more suggestion than substance. I felt an icy touch on my skin, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images. Sterile halls, restraints, pain, screaming, darkness, endless darkness. I don't remember running, don't remember climbing the stairs or driving home. I came to my senses sitting in my shower, fully clothed, hot water beating down on me as I shook uncontrollably. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face that room again, not after what I'd seen. But I knew I had to review the recordings. Had to know if I'd captured any evidence of what happened, or if I was simply losing my mind. Most of the equipment had malfunctioned. The digital recorders showed corrupted files. The cameras had shut down. The meters were fried. But the old analog tape machine, built like a tank in the 1970s, had kept running through everything. With trembling hands, I began to digitize the tape. For the first few hours, everything was normal, just my periodic mark and the expected echoes. But at 3:17 a.m., something changed. The tape captured hundreds of voices, layered and distorted, speaking in unison. We are the echoes that never fade, the ones they tried to silence. We are trapped in these walls, in this perfect acoustic prison, repeating and repeating and repeating. Join us, stay with us, become part of the endless echo. I destroyed the tape immediately after transferring it, threw it in my fireplace and watched it melt, along with my letter of resignation from Whispering Pines. Some sounds aren't meant to be recorded. Some echoes should be allowed to fade. But here's the thing about echoes. Once you create them, they never really go away. They just get softer and softer until you can't hear them anymore. But they're still there, bouncing between molecules of air, too faint for human ears to detect. I've tried to move on, found a new job at a different studio across the country, but sometimes in the dead of night, I still hear them. In the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, I hear those whispers, and I know they're still there, in that perfect room 3 stories underground, waiting for someone else to listen. The new sound engineer at Whispering Pines is young, eager, ambitious. Last week she called me asking about some odd sounds she'd been hearing in the echo chamber. Some weird artifacts showing up in her recordings around 3:17 a.m. I told her it was probably just equipment interference, told her not to worry about it, told her everything was fine. But I know what's happening. The echoes are starting again. The cycle continues, and somewhere in that acoustically perfect room, the forgotten ones are still whispering, still waiting, still hoping that someone will finally hear their story and set them free. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back, but by then, it was already too late. It's always too late. Because here's the real horror of it all. I'm not sure I ever really left that room. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see something different in my reflection. Something hollow. Something that echoes. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I became part of their endless repetition. Another voice in the chorus of the forgotten, echoing forever in that perfect acoustic prison. So if you ever find yourself in a recording studio late at night, and you hear something strange in the spaces between sounds, don't listen too carefully. Don't try to make out the words, because once you start listening to the echoes, they start listening back. And they never ever stop. The story you've just listened was found as a digital file on a corrupted hard drive recovered from Whispering Pines recording studio, after it mysteriously burned down last month. The fire started in the echo chamber, 3 stories underground, at exactly 3:17 a.m. Investigators found no traces of the chamber's concrete walls in the rubble. In fact, according to the original building plans, that section of the building never had a basement at all. The author of this account remains missing. The only clue to their whereabouts was a single audio file attached to the document. 7 seconds of absolute silence, followed by what experts describe as hundreds of overlapping voices, whispering a single phrase, another perfect echo. If you've read this far, you might want to check the time. Is it getting close to 3:17 a.m.? Do you hear something in the silence? A whisper? An echo? Listen carefully. We're waiting for you. We're all waiting for you. The crying baby in the forest. It's strange, the things you remember. The texture of a particular moment, the smell of the air, the sound of something distant. For me, it's always been the sound, that faint, distant sound of a baby crying. I'd just come out of a particularly rough patch. My marriage had dissolved into shards of bitterness and regret. My career had plateaued, and I was haunted by a sense of failure I couldn't quite shake. So, when my friend Matt suggested a weekend hike to clear my head, I reluctantly agreed. The forest was supposed to be restorative, a retreat from the noise of life. Little did I know, it would mark the beginning of the most harrowing chapter of my existence. We picked a relatively isolated trail, one of those routes known only to locals and adventurous souls. Matt had found it on some obscure forum, and the promise of solitude appealed to me. The trail wound through dense woods, and the further we walked, the more the modern world seemed to fade. Cell service disappeared within the first hour, replaced by the hum of nature, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. We set up camp by a small clearing as twilight descended. The air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of pine and damp earth. We built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and talked. Well, Matt talked. I mostly nodded, my mind drifting between his words and the mesmerizing dance of the flames. That's when we first heard it. It was faint at first, barely audible over the crackle of the fire. A soft, plaintive cry that seemed to hang in the air like a fragile thread. Matt froze mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing as he tilted his head to listen. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I nodded. "Sounds like a baby." He laughed uneasily. "Out here? No way." But the sound persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It was unmistakably the cry of an infant, filled with a desperate urgency that sent chills down my spine. Against every instinct screaming at me to stay put, I stood up. "We should check it out," I said. Matt hesitated, his usual bravado tempered by unease. "You sure? Could be, I don't know, a wild animal or something." "Since when do wild animals sound like babies?" I shot back. "What if someone's in trouble?" Reluctantly, he agreed, and we grabbed our flashlights before venturing into the dark woods. The crying seemed to guide us, growing louder as we moved deeper into the forest. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches casting eerie shadows that danced in the beam of our lights. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal mix of fear and determination driving me forward. But something was off. No matter how far we walked, the sound always seemed just out of reach. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep the source hidden. And then, without warning, the crying stopped. We stood there in the oppressive silence, the only sound our own ragged breathing. Matt's flashlight flickered, casting brief bursts of light that only deepened the shadows around us. "Let's head back," he said, his voice trembling. Before I could respond, the silence was shattered by laughter. It started soft, almost playful, but quickly escalated into a cacophony that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. High-pitched and maniacal, it echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks in a maddening symphony. "What the hell is that?" Matt shouted. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed up, my body frozen in place. And then, just as abruptly as it started, the laughter stopped. The forest was silent once more, but it was a silence that felt wrong, heavy, oppressive, and charged with an energy I couldn't explain. We turned back toward camp, our pace quickening with each step. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, the trees pressing in closer, their branches clawing at us like skeletal hands. When we finally stumbled into the clearing, the fire was out. The camp, our sanctuary, felt alien, as if we'd been gone for far longer than we'd realized. We didn't speak as we crawled into our tents, each of us retreating into the fragile illusion of safety they provided. But sleep didn't come. Not for me, anyway. I lay there staring at the nylon ceiling of my tent, every creak and rustle outside amplified in the suffocating darkness. And then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again. The baby's cry. It was closer this time, impossibly close, as if it were right outside the tent. My blood ran cold as I listened, every instinct screaming at me to stay inside. But then I heard Matt unzip his tent. "Matt, don't!" I hissed. He didn't respond. I heard his footsteps crunch on the forest floor, moving toward the sound. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I unzipped my own tent and stepped outside. The night was unnaturally still, the air thick with an unspoken threat. Matt's flashlight beam bobbed in the distance as he moved deeper into the woods. "Matt!" I called, my voice trembling. "Come back!" But he didn't stop. He didn't even turn around. It was as if he were in a trance, drawn toward the crying like a moth to a flame. And then, just as he disappeared from view, the crying stopped again. What followed was the most excruciating silence I've ever endured. Minutes felt like hours as I stood there, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark, searching for any sign of him. And then, the laughter returned. It was deafening, a chaotic symphony of voices that seemed to mock me, to taunt me for my helplessness. I dropped my flashlight in panic, the beam spinning wildly as it hit the ground. In its erratic light, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. Eyes, dozens of them, glowing in the darkness, staring at me from the shadows. They were unblinking, inhuman, and filled with a malice I can't begin to describe. And then, just as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. I don't remember running back to my tent, but I must have. The next thing I knew, I was huddled inside, clutching my knees to my chest as the laughter faded into the night. When dawn finally broke, I emerged to find Matt's tent empty. He was gone. I spent the entire day searching for him, retracing our steps, calling his name until my throat was raw. But it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. The forest, once a place of solace, had become a labyrinth of nightmares, each shadow concealing unspeakable horrors. When I finally made it back to civilization, the authorities were skeptical. They organized a search party, but no trace of Matt was ever found. I told them about the crying, the laughter, the eyes in the dark, but they dismissed it as the ramblings of a man traumatized by his friend's disappearance. I've tried to move on, but the forest won't let me. Every night, I hear the crying. It's faint at first, barely audible, but it grows louder with each passing minute. And no matter where I am, it always seems to come from just outside my window. I haven't slept in months. I'm afraid to. Because I know that one day the crying won't stop. One day, it will lead me back to the forest. And this time I don't think I'll make it out. But perhaps the most chilling part of all is the ending twist I've been too afraid to admit. In my dreams, the rare ones I do have, I see Matt. He's always smiling, standing at the edge of the forest, and in his arms, he's holding a baby. The passenger, I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment, I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not unpleasant, but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally, I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me. replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know. She'll always find me. The Dollhouse Tapes. It started last October when Jenny, my oldest friend from college, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in months. Life, jobs, the usual drift. But her voice on the phone made my stomach drop. She sounded hollow, distant, like she was speaking from underwater. "Sarah, I need..." She trailed off, and I heard what might have been a shaky breath. "I need you to come look at something. Please, I can't tell if I'm losing it." "Jenny, what's wrong?" The autumn wind rattled my apartment windows, and I pulled my cardigan tighter. "Are you okay?" Can you come over? Tonight? Please?" There was something raw in her voice that scared me. Jenny was always the collected one, the one who kept me grounded during finals week panic attacks and bad breakups. Hearing her like this felt wrong, like watching a parent cry. "Of course," I said, already reaching for my keys. "Text me your new address. I'll be there in an hour." The drive to Jenny's place took me through unfamiliar suburbs, rows of identical houses with manicured lawns fading to brown in the October chill. Her neighborhood was older, full of Victorian-style homes with wraparound porches and elaborate trim work. The kind of houses that look charming in daylight but menacing after dark. All sharp angles and deep shadows. Jenny's house sat at the end of a dead-end street, partially hidden behind overgrown hedges. The porch light was out, and I had to use my phone's flashlight to find the front steps. The wood creaked under my feet, that distinct elderly house sound that always makes you wonder about structural integrity. She opened the door before I could knock. Jenny looked wrong. Her normally sleek, dark hair was unwashed and tangled, her eyes ringed with shadows that spoke of sleepless nights. She wore what looked like the same Northwestern sweatshirt from our college days, now threadbare and stained. "Thank God you're here," she whispered, pulling me inside. The house was freezing, and I could see her breath in the dim entryway. "I need you to tell me I'm not crazy. I need someone else to see it." "See what?" I asked, following her up a narrow staircase. Family photos lined the walls. Jenny and her husband Mark's wedding, vacation snapshots, her parents. Normal things that somehow felt off, like props arranged to create the illusion of a happy home. "Jenny, you're scaring me. Where's Mark?" "Conference in Seattle. He's been gone 2 weeks." She laughed, a sharp sound with no humor in it. "He thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown. Keeps talking about postpartum depression, about seeing someone. But this isn't. This is real. You'll see." The mention of postpartum made my chest tight. Jenny had lost the baby 6 months ago, late in the second trimester. I should have been there more, should have called more often. Some friend I was. We reached the second floor, and Jenny led me to what must have been meant as a nursery. The walls were a soft yellow, but the room was empty except for a large dollhouse in the center of the floor. It was beautiful in an antique way, Victorian style, matching Jenny's actual house, with intricate gingerbread trim and tiny, perfect shutters. Mark's mother gave it to us when we told her I was pregnant, Jenny said, kneeling beside it. Family heirloom, supposedly. Been passed down for generations. She reached out with trembling fingers but stopped just short of touching it. Watch. I knelt beside her, knees cracking against the hardwood floor. Up close, the dollhouse was even more impressive. Every detail was perfect, from the miniature door knocker to the tiny books visible through the windows. But something felt off. The proportions were slightly wrong, the windows a bit too tall, the doors at slightly odd angles. Looking at it too long made my eyes hurt. Jenny, what a... Shh, she hissed, eyes fixed on the dollhouse. Listen. At first I heard nothing but the usual old house sounds, settling foundations, creaking wood, the whisper of wind through old windows. Then, something else. A soft scratching, like mice in the walls, but rhythmic, deliberate. It seemed to be coming from inside the dollhouse, but that was impossible, wasn't it? There's more, Jenny whispered. Her hand found mine in the dark, ice cold and shaking. Watch the nursery window. Top floor. I leaned closer, squinting at the tiny window she indicated. The room beyond was dark, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out what looked like a miniature nursery. A crib, a rocking chair, tiny stuffed animals arranged with obsessive care. The scratching got louder. Then I saw it. Movement. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something inside that tiny room was moving. Jesus! I jerked back, heart pounding. There must be a mechanism or something, like those animated Christmas displays. Jenny shook her head slowly. I thought that too. I took it apart looking for motors, batteries, anything. There's nothing, just wood and paint and... She swallowed hard. And sometimes, late at night, I hear crying, baby crying. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Jenny, maybe Mark is right about talking to someone. After everything you've been through... I knew you wouldn't believe me, she said flatly. Nobody does, but I can prove it. She stood suddenly, moving to a shelf I hadn't noticed before. Look at this. She handed me what looked like an old VHS tape, the label worn away with age. I set up a camera last week, one of those old camcorders Mark's dad gave us. Digital ones won't work. They just show static. But this? She grabbed my arm, fingers digging in painfully. You have to watch it with me. Please. I wanted to say no. Everything in me was screaming to get out of that house, to get Jenny help, to call Mark or her parents or anyone. But the desperation in her voice stopped me. Okay, I said. Okay, do you have a VCR? She led me back downstairs to what must have been meant as a living room, though it held only a TV on a stand and a single rocking chair. The chair was moving slightly, though there was no breeze. Must be the uneven floorboards, I told myself firmly. Jenny hooked up an ancient VCR with shaking hands and inserted the tape. Static filled the screen, then resolved into a grainy image of the dollhouse at night, lit only by moonlight through the nursery windows. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, there, Jenny pointed. On screen, a shadow moved past the tiny windows. Too large to be a doll, too small to be human. The image distorted, tracking lines rolling across the screen, but I could make out something rocking in that miniature chair, back and forth, back and forth. The static grew louder, took on an almost rhythmic quality, like breathing or crying. The tape jumped, skipped. When the image stabilized, the camera was closer to the dollhouse, close enough to see inside that tiny room, close enough to see... I'm not going to describe what I saw in that window. I can't. My mind shies away from it like a hand from a hot stove. But I remember the sound I made. A thin, animal whimper of pure terror. Jenny just nodded. You see? You see it too? Her voice was eager, almost triumphant. I'm not crazy. It's real. The tape continued, but I couldn't watch anymore. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, my whole body shaking. When I came back, Jenny was rewinding the tape with methodical care. Jenny, I said carefully, we need to get rid of that dollhouse. Burn it, break it up, whatever. This isn't right. Don't you think I've tried? She laughed that horrible laugh again. Nothing works. Fire won't catch, tools break. And when I tried to throw it out, she pulled up her sleeve, revealing angry red scratches down her arm. It came back. It always comes back. Then we'll try harder. We'll figure something out. I pulled out my phone. I'm calling Mark. He needs to come home. No, Jenny knocked the phone from my hand with surprising strength. He'll just try to have me committed again, like after the baby. She wrapped her arms around herself, rocking slightly. I have to figure this out. There has to be a reason. A connection. What do you mean, a connection? She took a deep breath. I found something. In Mark's mother's attic when we were cleaning out her house last month. Look. She retrieved a manila envelope from a drawer and spread its contents on the floor. Newspaper clippings mostly, yellowed with age. They told fragments of a story, missing children, spanning decades. All from this area, all from families who had owned the dollhouse. It's not just a coincidence, Jenny whispered. It can't be. And look at this one. She pointed to the oldest clipping from 1947. The photo showed a young woman being led away by police, her face twisted in anguish. Behind her, barely visible, was the dollhouse. The woman could have been Jenny's twin. I dream about her sometimes, Jenny said softly. She lost a baby too. Late term. But she found a way to get it back. Through the dollhouse somehow. Only it wasn't really her baby that came back. Jenny, stop! My voice was shaking. We need to get you help. Real help. She wasn't listening. I hear it at night. Crying. Coming from the nursery. The real nursery. But when I go look, there's nothing there. Just the empty room and that damn rocking chair moving by itself. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes I think if I just went in the dollhouse, if I could make myself small enough. Stop it! I grabbed her shoulders. Listen to yourself. This isn't the answer. Whatever this thing is, it's feeding on your grief. You can't let it. For a moment, I thought I'd gotten through. Then her face hardened. You don't understand. You can't. Just go. I shouldn't have called you. I'm not leaving you alone with that thing. Get out! She screamed, shoving me toward the door. Get out! Get out! Get out! I stumbled backward, caught off guard by her strength. As I fell, my elbow knocked against something, the VCR. The tape ejected with a mechanical shriek, and I grabbed it without thinking. Jenny lunged for it, but I was faster. I ran, taking the porch steps 2 at a time, her screams following me into the night. I drove home in a daze, the tape burning a hole in my passenger seat. I tried calling Jenny the next morning. No answer. Same the next day, and the next. I called Mark, but it went straight to voicemail. Finally, I drove back to the house, heart pounding the whole way. The police were already there. They found Jenny in the nursery. The official report says she died of exposure, hypothermia, despite all the windows being closed and the heat being on. The temperature in that room was 30 degrees below the rest of the house, and they never figured out why. The dollhouse was gone, no sign of it anywhere. But they found something else, something that didn't make it into the official report. My friend on the force told me later, voice shaking. In the corner of the nursery, they found tiny footprints in the dust, baby-sized, leading to the wall, then stopping. Like something very small had been walking there. And on the rocking chair, the real one, life-sized, they found a single perfect scratch mark. Too big for a doll, too small for a human hand. I still have the tape. I know I should destroy it, but I can't bring myself to. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear it calling to me from the drawer where I keep it. A soft scratching sound, like tiny fingers on wood. And sometimes, in my dreams, I see Jenny. She's in a beautiful Victorian nursery, rocking a baby that isn't quite right. She looks up at me through the window and smiles, but her face isn't quite right either, like a doll's face, painted on. She's still rocking, always rocking. I guess I should mention I'm pregnant. Just found out last week. And yesterday I got a package, no return address. Inside was a beautiful antique dollhouse. I haven't opened it yet. But sometimes, late at night, I hear crying. The vanishing camper. I'm not sure how to start this story. Even now it feels unreal, like something out of one of those campfire tales meant to spook kids. But it happened. I lived it. And every time I think about it, a cold shiver crawls up my spine like a spider's legs. Maybe writing it down will help. Maybe it won't. But at least you'll know what happened to us that weekend in the woods. It started innocently enough. My best friend, Jake, had been nagging me for weeks to join him and some of our old college buddies for a camping trip. One last hurrah, he'd called it, like we were still 21 and invincible. I wasn't keen on the idea. Since my wife, Sarah, passed away 2 years ago, I'd become something of a recluse. I worked, I ate, I slept. That was my life. But Jake was persistent, and I owed him. He'd been there for me when the grief threatened to swallow me whole, so I said yes. There were 5 of us in total: Jake, me, his younger brother Matt, our mutual friend Chris, and a guy named Tom who was Matt's co-worker. I didn't know Tom well, but he seemed nice enough, a bit quiet maybe, but friendly. We piled into Jake's beat-up SUV on a crisp Friday morning, the air sharp with the promise of fall. Our destination was Pine Hollow, a dense forest reserve about 3 hours' drive from the city. Jake said he'd been there before and assured us it was perfect for camping, remote, peaceful, and picturesque. The drive up was uneventful. We laughed, shared old stories, and teased each other mercilessly, the way only old friends can. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was dipping low, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. We loaded up our gear and hiked about 2 miles into the woods until we found a clearing near a small, still lake. It was beautiful. The kind of place that made you forget, for a moment, that the world could be cruel. We set up camp quickly. 2 tents, a ring of stones for a fire pit, and a rope strung between 2 trees to hang our food and keep it away from curious animals. By the time the fire was roaring, darkness had fallen. We sat around the flames, drinking cheap beer and roasting marshmallows, the flickering light casting long shadows across our faces. It felt good, normal even. For the first time in years, I felt a glimmer of peace. Then Tom told his story. It started as a joke. We'd been swapping ghost stories, each trying to outdo the last. But Tom's tale was different. He spoke quietly, almost reluctantly, his eyes darting to the shadows just beyond the firelight. "Have you ever heard of the Pine Hollow Vanisher?" he asked. We hadn't. He told us about a man, or something that looked like a man, who supposedly haunted these woods. According to local legend, campers would go missing without a trace. No bodies, no belongings, nothing, just gone. Some said the Vanisher lured people away with strange sounds or lights, leading them deeper into the forest. Others claimed he appeared in their dreams, beckoning them to follow. Tom's voice dropped lower. The weirdest part? Sometimes the missing people would show up in photos taken after they disappeared, always in the background smiling. We laughed it off, of course. Just another campfire story. But as the night wore on and the forest grew quieter, the tale stuck with me. It wasn't just the story itself, it was the way Tom told it, like he wasn't sure if he believed it, but didn't want to tempt fate. The first night passed without incident. I woke to the sound of birds chirping and the smell of bacon sizzling over the fire. Jake was in his element, flipping pancakes on a portable griddle, while Matt and Chris argued over the best way to rig a fishing line. Tom was off to the side, sketching something in a notebook. He looked distant, like his mind was elsewhere. "What are you drawing?" I asked, taking a seat next to him. He hesitated before showing me. It was a rough sketch of a man, or what might have been a man. His features were indistinct, smudged, and shadowy, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable, almost too wide for his face. "Just messing around," Tom said, closing the notebook quickly. I let it go. We spent the day hiking, fishing, and exploring the area. The forest was beautiful, but it had a way of making you feel small. The trees were impossibly tall, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air was cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. It was easy to get turned around if you strayed from the path, and the deeper we went, the quieter it became. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our footsteps crunching on the forest floor. By the time we returned to camp, the sun was setting again. We cooked dinner, shared more stories, and settled in for another night around the fire. But something felt different. The mood was heavier, the laughter more forced. Even the fire seemed dimmer, its light barely reaching the edges of our camp. It was Chris who noticed it first. "Where's Tom?" he asked, looking around. We all turned, realizing at the same time that he was gone. His backpack was still by the tent, his sketchbook lying open on a log, but there was no sign of him. "He probably went to take a leak," Jake said, though his voice lacked conviction. We waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15. Still no Tom. Jake grabbed a flashlight and we fanned out to search for him, calling his name. The forest swallowed our voices, the darkness pressing in on us like a living thing. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. After an hour, we regrouped at the camp. Jake wanted to keep searching, but Matt pointed out that we could easily get lost ourselves if we weren't careful. We agreed to wait until morning, hoping, praying, that Tom would come back on his own. He didn't. The next day was a blur of frantic searching and growing dread. We combed the forest for hours, shouting his name until our throats were raw. We found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that he'd ever been there at all. By evening, we were forced to admit the truth. Tom was gone. We decided to pack up and head back to the trailhead to get help. But as we were breaking down camp, I noticed something by the fire pit. It was Tom's backpack, neatly placed on the ground. That wouldn't have been strange, except we'd already searched the area. The backpack hadn't been there before. Inside we found his sketchbook, a water bottle, and a single Polaroid photo. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. It was a picture of us, taken the first night sitting around the fire. But there was someone else in the photo. Standing in the background, just beyond the circle of light, was a man. His features were blurry, his form indistinct, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable. We left the forest that night, leaving behind the tents, the gear, everything. The police organized a search, but they never found Tom. Officially, he's still listed as missing. Unofficially, I know the truth. I still have the photo. Sometimes late at night, I take it out and stare at it, trying to make sense of what happened. And every time I notice something new. The man in the background is closer now, his smile wider, his eyes brighter. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he wants. But I know one thing for certain. He's coming for me. The harvest at dusk. The twilight here never ends. That's what I keep telling myself as I watch the sun hover eternally at the horizon, bleeding pale amber light across the Scottish hills. It's been like this for days now, or maybe weeks. Time feels wrong in Craigmore. I came to this remote village to research ancient agricultural practices for my PhD thesis. A perfect opportunity, my advisor had called it, noting how the community still maintained centuries-old traditions. But she hadn't mentioned the light, or the silence, or the way the villagers watch me with those patient, knowing eyes. The train station is 15 miles away, down a single-track road that winds through the hills like a crack in the earth. My rental car sits in front of the bed and breakfast where I'm staying, its windows filmed with chalk-like dust, despite there being no construction or quarries nearby. I should leave. I know I should leave. But every time I think about it, Mrs. McDougall appears with another pot of tea or plate of fresh-baked bread, and somehow the day slips away in that eternal dusk. The Solstice Festival starts tomorrow, Mr. McLeod, she told me this morning, her thin fingers arranging oatcakes on a blue willow plate. You're fortunate to be here for it. We don't often have outsiders join us for the harvest. I tried to explain that I needed to head back to Edinburgh, but she just smiled, patted my hand, and said, "The old ways must be maintained, and names have power here, James McLeod. Blood calls to blood." The way she said my name made my skin crawl. I've been sitting in my room ever since, watching that frozen sun and trying to make sense of my notes. The pages are filled with interviews about wheat cultivation and harvest rituals, but the words seem to swim and rearrange themselves when I look at them too long. Fragments catch my eye. The grain must be fed. When the light holds still, the chalk circle contains what rises from bone. A knock at my door makes me jump, sending papers scattering across the floor. "Come in," I call out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the heavy air. It's Annie, Mrs. McDougall's granddaughter. She's about my age, with long dark hair and eyes that remind me of deep wells. "Grandfather wants to speak with you," she says softly, "about the old methods you're studying. I've been trying to interview old Ian McDougall since I arrived, but he's always been unavailable." My heart races at the opportunity, even as something in Annie's expression makes me want to lock my door and hide under the bed. "Of course," I hear myself say, "lead the way." The hallway seems longer than I remember, its faded wallpaper swimming with patterns that don't quite resolve into recognizable shapes. Annie's feet make no sound on the creaking floorboards. The air grows cooler as we descend the stairs, and I catch a whiff of something ancient and earthen, like freshly turned soil mixed with copper and chalk. Old Ian is waiting in the parlor, seated in a high-backed chair that might once have been red, but has faded to the color of dried blood. The eternal twilight filtering through the windows casts strange shadows across his weathered face. His eyes are the same as Annie's, bottomless, patient, hungry. "Sit, James McLeod," he says, gesturing to the chair across from him. His voice sounds like dry wheat stalks rustling in the wind. "Tell me what you know of the old ways." I take out my notebook with trembling fingers and begin to explain my research into traditional Scottish farming practices. He listens silently, head tilted slightly, until I mention the unusual alignment of prehistoric stone circles with known planting sites. "Ah," he breathes, leaning forward. "Now you're asking the right questions. The stones remember, you see. They remember what the earth requires, what the harvest demands." A chill runs down my spine despite the summer evening. Demands. Growth requires sacrifice, Mr. McLeod. Surely your research has taught you that much. The old farmers understood. Every harvest is a transaction. The land must be fed if it's to feed us in return. My mouth feels dry. Fed with fertilizer, you mean? Natural compounds? He smiles, showing teeth that seem too sharp in the dim light. Natural, yes, but older than any chemical, deeper than bone. He gestures to Annie, who has been standing silently by the door. Show him the old granary. I want to refuse. Every instinct is screaming at me to run, but my legs betray me, rising of their own accord. Annie's cool fingers wrap around my wrist, and I follow her out into the endless twilight. The village is silent as we walk down the dirt road. No birds sing, no insects chirp. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. Houses huddle close together, their windows dark despite the hour, or perhaps because of it. How do you mark time when the sun refuses to set? The granary stands at the edge of town, a massive stone structure that looks far older than the surrounding buildings. Its walls are covered in carved symbols that make my eyes hurt if I look at them too long. Annie produces an iron key that seems to drink in what little light remains. "The old ways endure," she whispers as the lock clicks open. "Blood calls to blood, James McLeod, and names have power here." The door swings inward with a sound like a dying breath. The smell hits me first, earth and age and something metallic that makes my stomach turn. Annie pulls me forward into the darkness. My shoes scrape against something that feels like scattered grains but crunches wrong under my feet. "Look," Annie commands, producing a lamp that fills the space with sickly yellow light. "Look and understand." I look. God help me, I look. The walls are lined with ancient farming tools, scythes and sickles whose edges gleam too brightly for their apparent age. Between them hang bundles of wheat, bound with what I first take to be twine, but quickly realize is human hair in varying shades of gray and brown and red. The floor is covered in a mixture of grain and what I now recognize as fragments of bone, worn smooth by countless feet over countless years. But it's the back wall that draws my horrified gaze. A massive circular design is carved into the stone, its grooves filled with chalk that seems to pulse with its own inner light. At its center is a deeper hollow, stained with layers of brown-black that can only be centuries of dried blood. "The harvest must be fed," Annie whispers, her voice taking on the same dry wheat quality as her grandfather's. "The old stones remember, the earth demands, and blood calls to blood." I try to pull away, but her grip has become impossibly strong. More figures appear in the doorway, Mrs. McDougal, old Ian, other villagers I recognize from my interviews. Their eyes reflect the lamplight like deep wells in the twilight. Your ancestor understood, old Ian says, stepping forward. James MacLeod the elder knew what the land required. His sacrifice kept the wheat growing through 7 years of famine. And now, when the harvests grow thin again, another MacLeod returns to us. He smiles, showing those 2 sharp teeth. Names have power here. Blood calls to blood, and the old ways must be maintained. They surge forward as one, their hands like iron bands around my arms and legs. I try to scream, but Annie presses a handful of wheat against my mouth, the grains mixing with the taste of chalk and copper. As they drag me toward the circular carving, I realize with horrible clarity why the twilight never ends in Craighmore. The sun can't bear to watch what happens in the dark. They found my rental car 2 weeks later, covered in that same chalk-like dust. My thesis advisor reported me missing after I failed to check in, but the police investigation turned up nothing. The villagers of Craighmore were helpful and concerned, saying I had stayed only 1 night before leaving early in the morning. They even produced a note in my handwriting, explaining that I was following a new research lead. No one thought to check the old granary. No one noticed that the wheat grew taller and thicker that year than any in living memory. And if anyone wondered about the endless twilight that hangs over the village like a shroud, they didn't wonder long. The old ways endure. The harvest must be fed. And in Craighmore, where the sun never quite sets, blood still calls to blood. A package marked, "Return to Sender." My neighbor is one of those annoying wannabe YouTube personalities. Over the years, I've seen him cough out cinnamon, lay flat on the hood of his car as it slowly creeps down the driveway, and douse himself in lukewarm water, all the while screaming epic win, epic fail, or epic maintenance of the status quo for all I know. It can get tiring to watch him go about his shenanigans in the pursuit of viral fame. So when he knocked on my door the other day, told me he was going away for a few weeks, and asked that I get his mail, honestly, it was a relief. I can't explain the peace of mind I had, knowing I didn't have to brace myself for any of his stupidity for a while. I was always afraid his stunts would wind up bleeding over into my life. Things were pretty normal for the first couple of days. He received a few bills, a bit of spam, and what I could only assume was a birthday card. Then, one evening, I got home to find a cardboard box waiting on his front porch. In big red letters was written, "Return to Sender." I'm no small fry, but I admit I had trouble lifting the box on my own. It was really freaking heavy. Lugging it across the road to my house was even harder, and I quickly realized there was no way I was going to drag it up the stairs and through my front door. I decided I'd leave his package in my garage. It wasn't like I kept my car in there. The garage door was a piece of shit that refused to open without a good thug and a whack. It was less trouble just leaving the car in the driveway than it was to fight with the garage door every morning and night. In hindsight, I should have set the package down while I struggled to open the tricky door, but you know how it is when you've got a good grip on something. No point in setting it down if you don't have to. It was as I kicked the door for a 3rd time that I lost my grip on the package and it fell to the ground. I heard a light crack inside. Shit, I cursed. I hoped I hadn't broken anything important, but figured I just wouldn't tell my neighbor about it and let him assume the break happened en route. Hands free, I finally managed to get the garage door unstuck, and boy did it screech in protest as it rolled up and over me. I dragged the box the rest of the way, setting it in the corner for whenever my neighbor would come back to claim it. And then I forgot all about it. Until a few days passed, that is. I'm not sure exactly how long it took for the smell to waft in from the crack under the garage-to-house door, but it came in slow progression. It was a sickly sweet odor similar to a skunk, and for the first few days after I smelled it, I genuinely assumed that's exactly what it was. Roadkill that had left its mark on my house. It was only when I realized the scent was growing more intense instead of fading that I went looking for a source. That's when I opened the garage door, and that's when the odor knocked me back, holding my nose. The culprit wasn't hard to identify. The only change in my garage was the box in the corner. I remember thinking it must have been one of those meat-of-the-month subscription boxes. The meat must have gone rancid from being left out of the fridge for so long. How much meat could have been in there for the box to have been so large and heavy? An entire freaking cow? I covered my nose as I approached the box, a pair of scissors in my hands. I probably wouldn't have needed them to open it, as it had become soggy enough at the bottom to poke through with a finger, but I wasn't about to poke my finger into spoiled meat juices. That soggy bottom was the reason I had to open the box in the first place. If I tried to drag it out whole, everything would spill onto the floor. I was going to have to dump the pieces of meat one garbage bag at a time and take them down to the dumpster, a process I wasn't looking forward to. My scissors tore through the tape along the top of the cardboard box. I thought the smell couldn't get any worse, but as I flipped the flaps open, I discovered a whole new gamut of stink. It was like opening a burning oven, but instead of a heat wave, I was met with waves of piss, sweat, shit, and putrefaction. It was so bad that I staggered back and had to force down the puke, begging to guzzle out of me. I don't think I could have handled that scent mingling with the horrors coming out of the box. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran out the door for a breath of fresh air, but in the short time I'd spent in the garage, the smell had become so ingrained in the fabric of my clothes that it clung to me like a shadow. Nothing I tried could keep the smell out of my nostrils. Not air fresheners, not a face mask, not 3 showers and a change of clothes. Every second that box lay open in my garage was another second the smell was allowed a foothold into my home. I had to bite the bullet. I returned to the garage, the flaps of the box still open as though inviting me to look. I was prepared, a clothespin pinning my nostrils shut, a garbage bag in one hand, the strongest cleaner I could find in the other, and long rubber gloves to keep my skin from having to touch what was inside. But, as it turns out, I needed none of those things. I wouldn't have to touch or clean the contents of that box. I would only have to suffer the nightmares every night. You see, there was meat in that box, but it didn't come from a cow or a pig. No, it was worse than that. It was my neighbor, dead. Still in one piece, but dead. I called the cops, and naturally they took me in for interrogation. It's kind of hard not to suspect the man with a corpse in his garage after all. Thankfully, they soon realized I wasn't involved. My DNA might have been all over that box, the smell might have left a mark throughout my house, but there was one piece of irrefutable evidence in my neighbor's own hands that proved my innocence: a vlogging camera. They showed me the footage only once. I'm not sure if they were allowed to, or if they felt so bad for me they figured it couldn't hurt. Either way, I saw it. My neighbor was sitting in the box outside of a shipping facility, laughing as he told the world how he was going to mail himself across state lines. He'd brought pee bottles, food, a pillow, and a few flashlights. His friend, a guy I'd seen at his place several times to help with his stunts, closed the lid and presumably dropped him off for shipment. Throughout the next couple of hours, or days, I'm honestly not sure. My neighbor recorded a few short clips about his progress. I think I'm in a truck now. I can feel it moving. Must be in a warehouse. Pretty warm here. Still got plenty of food. That kind of stuff. And then, on the last entry, the box toppled over. He broke his neck, and that was it. The camera recorded until either the memory card got too full or the battery died. There's one thing I didn't tell the police after they showed me the video. One thing I heard in the footage that will haunt me to the day I die. Just after the tumble that broke his neck, I heard the familiar screeching sound of my garage door. The anniversary. Something's wrong with the light. I'm standing at the altar of St. Michael's Church, my husband Thomas's hands clasped in mine, and the afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows isn't moving. It should be shifting, creating slowly sliding patterns of blue and red and gold across the wooden pews. But it's frozen, static, like a photograph. "Margaret," Thomas says, his voice gentle as always, "do you take this man in renewal of your sacred vows?" The words fade into a hollow echo as I stare at his face, his familiar face, lined now with 25 years of laughter and worry and love. But something strange about his eyes. They're the same warm brown they've always been, but there's a depth to them I've never noticed before, like looking down a well and seeing something move in the darkness far below. I've done this before. The thought hits me with such force that I actually sway slightly on my feet. Thomas's grip on my hands tightens, just a fraction, just enough to steady me, just enough to trap me. "Margaret?" he prompts again, still smiling that gentle smile. "Are you all right, dear?" The word catches in my throat as memories begin to surface, like bodies floating up from the bottom of a lake. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one a different version of our marriage, playing out in parallel tracks across 25 years. Making dinner in our first apartment, chopping carrots, noticing a strange metallic taste to the coffee he'd made me that morning, beginning to feel dizzy. Reset. Finding a hidden compartment behind the basement shelves, filled with photographs of women who'd gone missing in the area, my hands shaking as I recognized their faces from the news. Reset. Waking up in the middle of the night to find him standing over our bed, perfectly still, watching me sleep with eyes that reflected the darkness like a cat's. Reset. Each memory burns as it surfaces, searing away the comfortable fog I've been living in. How many times have I discovered the truth? How many times have I tried to run, to tell someone, to fight back? How many times has he simply reset everything, starting our marriage over from the beginning, wiping my memory clean like erasing a chalkboard? "Margaret?" There's an edge to his voice now, barely perceptible beneath the concern. The pressure of his hands on mine increases slightly. In the pews, our friends and family sit in perfect stillness, their faces fixed in expressions of joy and celebration. They haven't moved in several minutes, I realize. They might not be breathing. "I remember," I whisper, the words falling from my lips before I can stop them. I remember everything. Thomas's smile doesn't waver, but something shifts in those deep brown eyes. Something ancient and patient and hungry unfolds itself behind his human face. "No, dear," he says softly. "Not everything. Not yet." And then he shows me what else I'd forgotten. The first time I tried to leave him was 6 months into our marriage. The memory surfaces like a splinter working its way out of skin. I'd found a notebook in his study, hidden behind a row of engineering textbooks. The pages were filled with detailed observations of my daily routine, dating back to 3 years before we'd even met. Every coffee shop I frequented, every jogging route I took, every friend I spent time with. The final entry was a calculation of exactly how long it would take me to accept his proposal. I packed a bag while he was at work, left a note saying I was visiting my sister, and drove straight to the airport. I made it as far as the ticket counter before the fluorescent lights began to flicker, and time slipped, like missing a step on a staircase. When I opened my eyes, I was back in our apartment, making coffee on a sunny morning 6 months into our marriage. The notebook didn't exist. The memory of finding it felt like a dream, growing fainter by the second. But now, standing at the altar 25 years later, I remember that moment with perfect clarity. And I remember what came after. I remember every attempt to escape, every time I gathered evidence, every time I went to the police, every time I tried to warn the other women I'd seen in those photographs. Every single time, reality would shiver and reset, and I'd find myself back in our life together, my memories wiped clean, starting fresh with only a lingering sense of unease that I could never quite place. How many times, I ask, my voice barely audible over the oppressive silence of the church. None of our guests have moved. The sunlight remains frozen on the floor. Thomas smiles wider, and for a moment I see something else beneath his face, something with too many teeth. "You know I'm a perfectionist, dear," he says. "I wanted to get it exactly right. The first few hundred attempts were messy, but you helped me refine the process. Your escapes became more clever, more creative each time. It was fascinating to watch you work through different strategies, even with your memory wiped clean. Some part of you always knew, I think, always remembered, deep down." He reaches up to brush a strand of hair from my face. His touch is gentle, loving, possessive. "This is the first time I've let you keep your memories," he continues. "Think of it as an anniversary present. 25 years is silver traditionally, but I thought awareness would be more meaningful." "Why?" The word comes out as a sob. "Why me? Why all of this?" "Because you're perfect," he says simply. "Your mind, your spirit, your determination. Even now, I can see you thinking, planning, looking for a way out. It's beautiful. And I've spent 25 years, well, significantly more than that technically, helping you become even more perfect." He leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Would you like to know how many times we've reached this moment? How many versions of our marriage I've collected and preserved? How many Margarets I've helped evolve and grow through these loops?" I try to pull away, but his grip is iron. The church seems to darken around us, the stained glass windows dulling to black. Our audience of friends and family begin to fade like old photographs, revealing their true nature. Empty shells, props, memories given form but no substance. "The best part," Thomas continues, "is that this isn't even the final version. We're going to keep working on it, you and I, making it better, making it perfect. And now that you're aware, the real work can begin." The darkness at the edges of my vision begins to creep inward. I can feel time starting to slip again, reality preparing to reset. But this time it's different. This time, I'll remember. "Happy anniversary, my love," Thomas says, and his face splits into something that was never human at all. The darkness swallows us both, and somewhere in the distance, I hear wedding bells begin to toll. I wake up on the morning of my wedding day, 25 years ago. Sunlight streams through the window of my childhood bedroom. My wedding dress hangs on the closet door, pristine and white. I remember everything. And somewhere nearby, my perfect, patient husband-to-be is waiting to begin again. Rather than scream, I smile, because this time I remember all my previous attempts to escape. Every strategy, every failure, every reset. 25 years of experience compressed into perfect clarity. And I have a new plan. This time will be different. This time I'm not running away. This time I'm taking him with me into the void.